Hello students, today we are going to solve SBI Probationary Officers Prelims Exam paper 17th December 2022 Shift 1 paper. A very best of luck to you all before we start. If you want to practice all the questions from this paper and many more entrance exam papers if you want to practice, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Let's begin with question number 1. Some parts of a sentence are given below. Find the part of the sentence which is not really contributing to the main theme of the passage, or find the odd sentence out and rearrange the remaining sentences to make a coherent paragraph. Right? If none of the options is correct as it is, choose option 5. If the sequence is the one which is not given, then choose option 4 as your choice. Here option 4 is none of the above and option E is no improvements required, right? So now the sentences are, right? A is centers for polishing, B is diamonds and gems, C is India is one of the largest, D is and manufacturing jewelry, E is retail supermarkets are expanding, right? So to begin with the sentence, so we have to start C, right? India is one of the largest, right? It gives a good start for the sentence. Therefore, so India is one of the largest, C, right? Next comes one of the largest, right? What? It is actually largest centers, right? After C, A comes, right? One of the largest centers for polishing. Polishing what? Polishing diamonds and gems, right? So after A, B comes. So diamonds and gems, right? Here is a connecting word and, right? So diamonds and gems and manufacturing jewelry. So it is also one of the largest centers for manufacturing jewelry. Therefore, CABD is the right answer, whereas E is the part E, right? So which is not relevant to the given context, right? Which is irrelevant because it tells about supermarkets, right? So retail supermarkets are expanding, which is irrelevant to the given context. Therefore, the correct order of the given sentences are, right, CABD, right? Because it completes the sentence. India is one of the largest centers for polishing diamonds and gems and manufacturing jewelry, right? CABD. So option A is the right answer. Question number 2. As in the previous question, here are 5 parts given, right? So we have to rearrange these 5 parts to make a meaningful sentence, right? And also we have to find the part which is irrelevant to the sentence, right? So here the parts are, so part A, philosophical ethics or moral philosophy. Part B is to answer various kinds of ethical questions. Part C, discipline that attempts to use reason. Part D, India's infrastructure and transport sector contributes, whereas part E is the word ethics can refer to, right? So except part D, except this part, all the parts are about ethics, right? Therefore, part D is irrelevant. Therefore, no need to include part D here, right? So among 5 options, right? So in option A and B, we have part D, right? Which is not relevant to the given context, right? Therefore, no need to consider first 2 options, right? So consider A, B, C and E parts, right? So here, part E gives the good start, right? To the word ethics. The word ethics can refer to, right? So it gives the start to the sentence. Therefore, part E comes first, right? So obviously option C is the right answer. So we'll go to the next part. The word ethics can refer to philosophical ethics or moral philosophy. So part A explains, right, what actually ethics is, right? Therefore, it explains. So next comes A. Next comes so philosophical ethics or moral philosophy, right? Moving further, discipline, right? So also discipline, therefore C comes after A. That attempt to use reason, right? After that, that attempt to use reason to answer various kinds of ethical questions. So lastly, B comes, right? EACB is the right choice, right? To make a perfect sentence about ethics. So option C is the right answer. Whereas E part is irrelevant. Right? Not E part, D part is irrelevant. This part is irrelevant. Hence option C is the right answer. Question number 3. As in the previous two questions, here also let us find the irrelevant part, right? Among 5. So here, first part, right? Part A is resulting in habitat loss. Part B is rainforests as well as endemic rainforest species. Part C is since 1965, the use of high-yielding varieties of seeds. Part D is and pollution of the atmosphere. And part E is rapidly disappearing due to deforestation, right? So here part A, B, D and E, these 4 parts, A, B, D and E, these 4 parts are about the effects of deforestation, right? And also about rainforests, right? About rainforests and effects of or adverse effects of deforestation. Whereas part C is irrelevant to the context, right? Since 1965, the use of high-yielding varieties of seeds, which is irrelevant, right? Therefore, no need to consider C part, right? So among 4, A, B, D, and E, so which should come first? Right? Here, look at part B, rainforest as well as endemic rainforest species. So part B gives a start to the sentence. It gives a good start, right? Rainforests as well as endemic rainforest species. What do they do? Species are rapidly disappearing, right? Here, part E, right? So, which mentions the impact of deforestation on rainforests and endemic rainforest species, right? Therefore, so the rainforest as well as endemic rainforest species are rapidly disappearing due to deforestation, right? It explains about the effects of, right? Effects of deforestation. So, next, here, or adverse effects of deforestation. One of the adverse effects of deforestation, which is so rainforests are disappearing, right? Next comes resulting in habitat loss, right? So due to deforestation, rainforests are disappearing, which results in habitat loss. Habitat loss means the animals or bird species, right, will be disappeared, right, resulting in habitat loss. So it further explains the adverse effects of deforestation. So lastly comes D part, right? So resulting in habitat loss after that and pollution of the atmosphere, right? Pollution of the atmosphere, which concludes one sentence. Therefore, BEAD, right? So is the right answer. So which gives a coherent sentence, right? So that means a proper meaningful sentence. BEAD is the arrangement of given parts, right? Question number 4. So let us rearrange the given parts here to make a coherent sentence, right? So here part A is the Indian private sector was faced with increasing, right? Part B is in the structure of experience. C is the states of awareness are also associated with. Part D is the states of experience. So part E is so that the structure represented in awareness is mirrored. So here, except part A, right? Except part A, the remaining parts are about structure of experience, right? Therefore, so let us avoid part A here because part A talks about the Indian private sector, right? Therefore, part A is excluded here. So among B, C, D, E, these four parts. So the first part which gives the good start to the sentence is the states of awareness are also associated with it, which gives the start, right? So which gives the start. Arrangement should be yes with C. The states of awareness are also associated with the states of experience, right? So after C, D will come, right? Here is a linking word so that. So that is used. So the states of also associated with state of experience. So that, right? So therefore, right? Why it is associated with the states of experience? So that the structure represented in awareness is mirrored, right? Therefore, after D, E should come, right? So E gives the reason why states of experience is associated with states of awareness, right? So that the structure represented in awareness is mirrored, right? And lastly, in the structure of experience, right? So in awareness is mirrored in the structure of experience. Therefore, so part B, which gives the conclusion. Therefore, arrangement should be C, D, E, B. Right? To make a coherent sentence, arrangement of the given part should be C, D, E, B. Hence, option B is the right answer. Question number 5. As in the previous 4 questions, here also 5 parts are given. We have to rearrange these parts to make a coherent sentence. So let us first identify the part which is excluded, right? So which is not relevant to the given context. So here part A is gardening provides, whereas part B is of self-sufficiency. Part C is British territorial expansion in India throughout the 19th century. Part D is by growing your own food, and part E is a powerful feeling, right? So here, except part C, the remaining parts are relevant to the context, right? Whereas part C is irrelevant because it tells about British territorial expansion in India, right? Therefore, irrelevant is part C. Part C is irrelevant, whereas the remaining parts A, B, D, and E are about gardening, right? And uses. Therefore, so among A, B, D, and E, which part will come first? So here, gardening provides, right? Since these parts are about gardening, therefore, part A gives a good start. Good start. Gardening provides what? Gardening provides a powerful feeling, right? So, part E is about the uses, right? About the use of gardening. So gardening provides a powerful feeling of what? Feeling of self-sufficiency. Therefore, after E, B will come, right? Of self-sufficiency by growing your own food, right? How do you feel it is self-sufficient? By growing your own food. Therefore, part D gives the conclusion, right? Conclusion. Hence, the arrangement of the given parts should be A, E, B, D to make a coherent sentence. Therefore, A, E, B, D option C is the right answer. Questions from 6 to 11 are based on the below passage. We have to fill the blanks given here, right? So fill in the blanks with appropriate words. The Reserve Bank of India on Friday asked the banks and other lenders to report the accounts restructured due to coronavirus dash to credit bureaus. So restructured due to coronavirus separately to credit bureaus, right? Here separately means one by one or individually, right? One by one to report one by one or individually due to coronavirus, right? Individually to credit bureaus, right? So whereas the remaining words are insatiable. Insatiable means never satisfied. Here the proper word is separately, right? So these banks, so ask the other banks and other lenders, they have to report their accounts restructured due to coronavirus separately, right? One by one, they have to give the reports, right? Therefore, option B is the right answer. Whereas the remaining words are insatiable means never satisfied, never satisfied, right? So, which is not suitable to the given context. Here, grievously, grievously means to a very serious degree, right? To a very serious degree, serious degree. Whereas intercept means to stop someone or something so that it cannot reach its destination, right? To stop. Intercept means to stop something so that it cannot reach its destination. Therefore, the proper word to be used here is separately, right? So, option B is the right answer. Question 7. So here lenders should make necessary dash. So that means so to report about their accounts, restructured accounts, lenders should make necessary dash to their system. So lenders should make necessary modification. Option D is the right answer, right? So modification means changing something. They have to change something, right? To solve the issue, they have to change something in their system. So lenders should make necessary modification is the right answer. So whereas degenerate is not the proper word because it means declining, right? Degenerating means decline or grow worse, right? So declining, which doesn't give a sense to in the given context, it doesn't give a sense. Whereas conjecture means to guess or form an opinion about something, right? To guess or form an opinion about something is conjecture. So whereas piteous means pitiful, right? Pitiful. Pitiful is not the proper word, right? Lender should make necessary modification to their system, right? So to report their accounts, right? So to report the restructured accounts. Therefore, option D is the right answer. Question number 8. To fill the third blank, this blank. So here, lenders should make necessary modification to their system. So which we have discussed in the previous question, modification, right? So after modifying, right? So modification in their system and what they have to do, dash it to credit bureaus within 2 months. So what they have to do, they have to report it to credit bureaus, right? After modifying their system, right? Now, after the modification, necessary modification, they have to report it to credit bureaus, right? Option A is the right answer, right? Whereas the remaining options are, so recuperate. Recuperate means to get back to normal, right? So which is not relevant here. To get back to normal. Then reiterate. Reiterate means to repeat, right? To repeat. Repeating, right? So which is not relevant here. Fathom. Fathom means to understand. To understand. Right? So nobody is going to understand here. So they are going to report it to credit bureaus here. Therefore, option A. Whereas the last word is amend, that means to make corrections, right? To make corrections. Right? Here the proper word is to report it to credit bureaus, right? Option A is the right answer. Question number 9. Here to fill the fourth blank, right? Here we are going to fill the fourth blank. So here, after reporting it to the credit bureaus within 2 months, the banking regulator said, right? So this is the third part here. So Moving further, all commercial banks, including small finance banks, local area banks, and regional rural banks, primary cooperative banks, or state cooperative banks, or district central cooperative banks, India financial institutions like Exim Bank, NABARD, NHB, SIDBI, right, etc., and non-banking financial companies, right, including housing finance companies, etc., right, where so these institutions, right, banks and other institutions were dashed to apprise the credit bureaus about restructuring the accounts, right. These companies or institutions were asked to apprise the credit bureaus, right? They were asked to option C, right? So asked by the Reserve Bank of India, right? They were asked to. So option, so to fill fourth blank, the proper word to be used here is option C. They were asked to, these banks and institutions or companies were asked to apprise the credit bureaus about restructuring the accounts, right? So option C, whereas the remaining words are terminate. They were not terminated to apprise. They were not retorted. They were not perpetrated, right? And none of this is not the option, right? Here, terminated means to bring to an end, right? Terminating means to bring to an end. And retorting, retort means say in response. Say in response. Then perpetrated means carried out. Carried out. Therefore, so these institutions, banks or companies were asked to apprise the credit bureaus about restructuring the accounts. Option C. Question number 10. To fill the fifth blank, right? So the regulator modified the format to dash the restructuring of accounts due to COVID-19. Regulator modified the format to incorporate. So look at option D, incorporate. To incorporate the restructuring of accounts due to COVID-19, right? Whereas the remaining options are excluding. So it is not to exclude, right, the restructuring of accounts, nor detached, right? So excluding means keeping out, right? It is not to keep out, right? Keeping out means excluding, whereas detached means disconnected, completely disconnected. And existing means in existence, right? In existence, right? Here execute means to carry out, carry out. Incorporate is the correct word here. So to incorporate the restructuring of accounts due to COVID-19. Hence option D is the right answer. Question number 11, to fill the sixth blank, right? Let us read the second paragraph. For the Consumer Bureau, the label of the field written off and settled status is modified as credit facility status. And it will also have a new catalog value. They are restructured due to COVID-19, RBI said. For the Commercial Bureau, the existing field major reasons for restructuring will have a new catalog value. They are restructured due to COVID-19. It added the dash field account status will have a new catalog value. They are restructured due to COVID-19 for MFI Bureau, right? Here the proper word to be used in the sixth blank is the dash field. That means here the existing field, right? Existing field means in existence, right? In existence. Existence, the field in existence, right? The existing field account and the existing field account status will have a new catalog value, right? Here, the we can say that the field account status which is in operation at the current time will have something new, right? Therefore, existing is the correct word, right? Whereas the remaining words are accelerate. Accelerate means to make someone feel happy, right? To make someone feel happy. Feel happy. Right? Which is irrelevant here. So reconcile. Reconcile means to bring back together again. Right? To bring back. Whereas discern. Discern means to find out. Right? To find out or detect. Refined means purified. Purified. Right? Therefore, option E is the right answer. The existing field, right? The field in existence, right? So account status will have a new catalog value. Therefore, option E is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 12. The following sentence has been split into 5 segments. Identify the segment that contains a grammatical error. Right? So here in first segment, we have education do not mean teaching people. So this mean teaching people is the second segment, right? So education do not mean teaching people to know what they do not know. It means teaching them to behave as they do not behave, right? So in these 5 segments, so look at segment A. So in which we have education do not, right? Since education is a singular subject, right? Singular subject will be followed by does, right? Therefore, since education is a singular subject, right? So for this, we have to write the verb as does, right? So does will be this verb, right? So singular verb. Verb is does. Therefore, education does not mean teaching people to know what they do not know, right? Therefore, so segment A contains grammatical error, right? So if the subject is a plural subject, we have to use do not or do, right? So for singular subject, we have to write singular verb, right? Which is does. So option A is the right answer. That means which has segment A has grammatical error, right? Question 13. The following sentence has been split into 5 segments. Identify the segment that contains grammatical error. So here the first segment is a COVID-19 pandemic is an outgoing global pandemic of coronavirus disease 2019 caused by severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, right? SARS-CoV-2, right? So these are 5 different segments, right? So in which the first segment is a COVID-19 pandemic is, right? Here, COVID-19 pandemic, right? This part, it's a specific noun, right? For specific noun, we use the article the, right? So for specific noun, we use the article the, right? For unspecific nouns, we use the articles a or an, right? So these are called, so here the is a definite article, which is used for specific noun, whereas a and an, these two are called indefinite articles. Indefinite articles which are used for unspecific nouns, right? Here COVID-19 pandemic is a specific noun. Therefore, we have to use the COVID-19 pandemic, right? The COVID-19 pandemic, right? For unspecific nouns like sound, right? For example, sound, right? A sound is produced. A sound is produced, right? So if in case of a noun like which starts with vowels, right? So for example, umbrella, right? So we have to use an umbrella, right? These are unspecific nouns. So we have to use indefinite articles, right? So for specific nouns, we have to use definite article, right? Therefore, it is the the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, segment A has grammatical error, right? Therefore, option A is the right answer. Question number 14. In the sentence given below, one or more parts have errors and others are correct. To find out which part has an error and make it as your answer. Right? If there is no error, we have to mark no error as answer. Right? So my father gave me 500 square feet house from his property so that I can live a respectful life. Right? So here students, look at segment B. Right? 500 square feet, which has grammatical error. Here squares. So this is wrong, right? Since this square feet is representing the unit of length, right? So unit of length or a unit of area particularly, right? Unit of area, right? Therefore, so this represents an adjective, right? Here 500 square feet. So square feet is an adjective. How much the area is. Therefore, it is an adjective. For adjective, we have to, in case the square is an adjective, we have to use square feet. If square is a noun, we have to use squares, right? If it is one square, right? So we have to use square. More than one means squares, right? In case of noun. So here square can be act as both adjective and noun, right? In case of adjective, square feet is the right answer because it is representing unit of area, right? Therefore, so in this particular scenario, here my father gave me a 500 square feet house from his property. Therefore, segment B has grammatical error, right? So look at segment C, there is no error, feet house from his property so that I can give a respectful I can live a respectful life, right? So uh, option B is the answer, right? Which has grammatical error. Question 15. In this question, a sentence has been divided into 4 parts, A, B, C, and D. Read the sentence to find out whether there is an grammatical error in it. The error, if any, will be in one part of the sentence. Mark that part as your answer. If there is no error, the answer is no error, right? Ignore the error of punctuation, if any, right? So here the sentence is, I bought some Mughal silver charming ornaments at the Hausa Khas market and enjoyed visiting the ruins yesterday. Right? This is the sentence. So in B part of the sentence, some Mughal silver charming ornament. In B part, there is an error, right? So error is in B part, right? So here students, in B part, there are many adjectives, right? So here order of cumulative adjectives is, first we have to start with the quantity, right? So quantity is also an adjective. That means I bought some, right? So then you have to take the opinion, right? Whether it is beautiful, whether it is charming, right? Like that. Then comes the size, right? Size. Next comes temperature, temperature. Next comes age, color, shape, origin, origin, and material. At last, it is material, right? So the sentence can be made correct if we reorder the adjectives, right? So in B part of the sentence, if we order the adjectives like, so I bought some charming. Here, some is quantity, right? Charming is opinion, right? How it is, how the ornament is, right? So it is charming, some charming Mughal silver. So Mughal means origin. This ornament is of Mughal origin, right? Mughal silver, silver. Silver is the material, right? This is how you have to order the adjectives, right? So you have to arrange the adjectives in this order. Quantity, opinion, size, temperature, right? Like this. Therefore, the correct order of the adjectives should be some charming, right? Some charming, charming. Mughal is the origin. Silver is the material. Silver ornaments, right? Therefore, so B part of the sentence has error in it, right? Option B is the right answer. Question 16. So as in the previous question, here also we have to find the error, right? So in the given sentence, so there are four parts, right? So the teacher said that is the first part, right? Part A. The teacher said that every girl in the class must bring their own costume to participate in the dance competition, right? So in this sentence, the third part, C part has error, right? Because here every girl, so every girl is a singular noun. Singular noun. Teacher said that every girl, this is singular noun in the class, must bring, here the proper passive pronoun should be must bring her own costume. Her, right? If it is plural noun, then must bring their own costume, right? All girls in class, for example, all girls. The teacher said that all girl, here all girl is a plural noun, right? Therefore, in case of plural noun, there is correct, right? So all girls in the class must bring their own costume is correct. Since the given noun is a singular noun, every girl in the class must bring her own costume. Therefore, the proper passive pronoun to be used here is her. Her is the proper pronoun, right? Therefore, the error is in C part of the sentence, right? Option C is the right answer. Question 17. Which of the phrases given in the option should replace the word or phrase that is underlined in the sentence to make it grammatically correct? If the sentence is correct as it is given and no correction is required, select no correction required as the answer, right? Here the sentence is environmentalists call up fisheries to move away from. So here this part is underlined, right? So environmentalists call up fisheries to move away from carbon spewing engines and climate harming practices such as bottom trawling, right? Here in this context, so environmentalists are requesting, they are requesting, right? So therefore, the proper word to be used here is call for, right? Environmentalists, they call for fisheries. They call for fisheries to move away from, right? Carbon spewing engines. Here, call for means to make a request or demand, right? So call for means to make a request, to make a request or demand, right? So whereas in the given sentence, it is given as call up, right? So call up means to order or summon together for a duty, right? So call up means to order, to order. Right? So the proper word to be used in this context is environmentalists call for fisheries to move away from carbon spewing engines as they are requesting here. Therefore, call for option C is the right answer, right? Whereas the remaining options call in fisheries to move away of means so someone for one's help or consultation, right? Someone for consultation, consultation, right? Whereas call at. So call at means to stop at a place briefly, right? To stop briefly, right? So which is not correct to be used here, right? Therefore, option C, call for fisheries to move away from, right? They request for, right? So they demand for fisheries to move away from is the correct one. Hence option C. Question number 18. As in the previous question, so here also we have to choose the correct answer for the underlined phrase, right? So here, a Seychelles giant tortoise, a species previously thought to be a strict herbivore, has been filmed to chase and eating a baby bird in a horrifying and amazing attack. So here, has been filmed to chase and eating is underlined, right? Which has an error in it, right? Definitely an error in it, because so has been, so in this context it is in present continuous tense. Present continuous tense, right? So here it's about the Seychelles giant tortoise that was thought to be a strict herbivore. Considering the sentence has been, right, has been, that means present continuous tense. Therefore the proper word to be used here is has been filmed chasing and eating, right? Filmed, has been filmed chasing and eating a baby bird. Eating a baby bird in a horrifying and amazing attack, right? Therefore, so look at the options. So option C is the right answer, right? So it should not be filmed to chase, right? To chase is the wrong one here, right? Instead, it should be chasing. Has been filmed chasing and eating, right, a baby bird in a horrifying attack, right? Option C is the right one. Question 19, as in the previous two questions, so here also we have to find whether the underlined segment has an error in it or not, right? So amount of less than ₹1,000,000 are required right now. Take the money to the bank and withdraw it, right? ₹1,000,000 are is underlined here, right? So definitely it has an error here. So since the adjective used here is less, right? So in case of adjectives like less, much, right, little, more, right? So if such adjectives are used, so these are adjectives, right? If such adjectives are used, then we have to use the verb as is, right? So these adjectives are followed by singular verb, right? So singular verb. Therefore, so amount of less than ₹1,000,000 is required right now. It is not even was, right? Since it is right now, therefore, amount of less than ₹1,000,000 is, right? ₹1,000,000 is required right now. So we have to look at this part also right now, right? Therefore, it is ₹1,000,000 is, right? Therefore, option B is the right answer, right? Because of the adjective like less, much, little, or more. Here, less is used. Therefore, we have to use singular verb, right? Option B is the right answer. Question number 20. So in the given question, a word in the sentence is printed in bold. So which is significant here, right? Below the sentence, alternatives to the emboldened part are given, which may help improve the sentence. Choose the correct alternative out of the given 5 options, right? Here the sentence is, the firm continues to place significant significance on regulatory compliance and strives to fulfill supervisory standards according to a press statement. So here, significant is underlined here. Significant means important in effect or meaning, right? A significant change in tax laws, right? Significant means important in effect or meaning, right? Effect or meaning. Here among 5 options, so at most gives more improvement to the given sentence, right? So at most means of the greatest possible degree, right? Of the greatest possible degree. Possible degree or intensity, right? So utmost contempt, right? So the proper word to be used here is, the firm continues to place utmost significance. Utmost significance on regulatory compliance, right? So option C gives that means the proper meaning, right? So which improves, right? Which may help improve the sentence. Therefore, option C is the right answer. Whereas the remaining options, finicky means so exacting, especially about details, right? So exacting details. Whereas initiate means take the lead, right? So taking lead is called initiating. Partial. So option D is partial means being or affecting only a part, right? Not total. Not total. And subsequent means following in time or order, right? Following in time. In time. Right? So to the given sentence, the firm continues to place utmost significance, right? Utmost is the proper word. Option C. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website at www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 21. Below are some alternatives which may be used to improve the sentence by replacing the word in bold. You may choose option 1, 2, 3 or 4. In case no improvement is needed, choose 5, right? Here in the given sentence, judicious is bold, right? It is bold. So Shriya's manner was considered most judicious as outwardly. She was very respectful, but shut me up in the most barefaced way. Right? This is the sentence. So here judicious is in bold, right? So here students, it is very clear that the speaker is trying to highlight Shriya's irrelevant manner, that outside she behaved respectfully, but inside she shut the speaker in the most barefaced way. Hence here judicious does not make sense. Right? So here impertinent makes sense, right? Impertinent means not showing proper respect or rude, right? Impertinent means rude or not showing proper respect. Proper respect. Right? That means so Shriya's irrelevant manner, that outside she behaved respectfully, but inside, right? So she is not showing proper respect, right? Inside she shut the speaker in the most barefaced way, right? Therefore, impertinent is the correct word, right? Which improves the given sentence, right? Therefore, option A is the right answer. Students, here are the questions from 22 to 30 based on the below passage. So read the following passage carefully, right? Here the question is, what is the highest limit on the actual balance of payment needs? Right? So here the passage states that, so access will be, so look at this part, access will be consistent with the actual balance of payments needs kept at 50% of the quota, right? And will be added to the current annual access limits under the RCF or RFI, right? Therefore, so look at the options, 50% of the quota, right? So we can say that the highest limits on the actual balance of payments needs is kept at 50% of the quota, right? Option B is the right answer. Question 23. So the question is, which of the following word can replace A in the given passage? So in the given passage, so in this part, driving, right? So here is A, right? So driving the cost of feeding people and families. Here, out of 4 options, driving up is correct one, right? So here up can replace the place of A, driving up the cost of feeding people and families, right? So here, increase in value. Driving up means increase in value. Up means increase in value, right? So here the sentence says, A combination of climate shocks and the pandemic has disrupted food production and distribution, driving up the cost of feeding people and families. So increase in value, right? Therefore, so the proper word to be used in place of A is driving up, right? Option C. Question 24. Here the question is, so in which of the following sentence the word acute is used correctly? Students, here acute meaning. So what is the meaning of acute? So it is extreme. Something which is extreme is called acute, or severe, or dangerous, becoming dangerous. Becoming dangerous is called acute, right? So in the first sentence, she is doing this work since the last 2 years, hence she can do it acute. So this doesn't make any sense, right? So there is no extreme part here, right, or severe part in this sentence. Therefore, so it doesn't make sense, which is wrong here. Acute is wrongly used here. Whereas in the second sentence, his grandfather is suffering from an acute disease, right? So which means his grandfather is suffering from a serious illness, right? So which is extreme or becoming dangerous or severe, therefore it is correctly used, right? So because of serious illness, therefore acute is properly used here. So third one, there is an acute connection between political instability and civil war. So which means a strong relationship between political instability, right? So strong relationship between political instability and civil war, right? So which gives the meaning of strong relationship. Strong relationship. So that means which is extreme, right? Therefore, acute is properly used. Therefore, in second and third sentences, the word acute is used correctly, right? Only 2 and 3. Option A is the right answer. Question 25. What is the full form of IMF? So in the first sentence of the passage, International Monetary Fund, right? IMF full form is International Monetary Fund. So look at the options. Yes, International Monetary Fund. Option B is the right answer. Question 26. So here, which of the following can be inferred from the passage? So read the passage carefully, students. So how can you infer the given passage here? So here, look at the point, the executive board. So this point, right? The executive board also amended the policy for staff monitored programs to allow for the program monitoring with board involvement, PMB, right? So using this, right, keeping this in our mind, and also from the last part, right? The countries considering an SMP would be encouraged to request a PMB if they are the subject of an ongoing concerted international effort by creditors or donors to provide substantial new financing or debt relief, or have significant outstanding fund credit under emergency financial instruments, right? So considering these 2 points, we can infer that, look at the options. The countries are allowed to monitor the program if they fulfill some criteria, right? Therefore, so this can be inferred from the passage, right? The countries are allowed to monitor the program if they fulfill some criteria, right? So option C is the right answer. Question 27. So here the question is, which of the following is not a criteria to avail the financial assistance? So students, so look at the sentence here. The food shock window will provide for a period of a year a new channel for emergency fund financing to member countries that have an urgent balance of payment needs due to acute food insecurity. Right? So based on this sentence, so we can say, so it here the question is, which of the following is not a criteria to avail the financial assistance? So to avail the financial assistance, right, the country should be a member of IMF, right? The first criteria is the country should be a member of IMF, member of IMF, right? That's what the meaning. Here it is given that, so food shock window will provide period of a year, right? So a new channel for emergency fund financing to member countries, right? The country should be member of IMF. And the second criteria is country must have an urgent balance of payment needs, right? So must have an urgent balance of payment needs. So maybe due to acute food insecurity or a sharp increase in their food import bill or a shock to their cereal exports, right? So due to these many reasons, country should have an urgent balance of payment needs, right? So these are the criteria, right, to avail the financial assistance, right? So here, so for the given question, so which of the following is not a criteria to avail the financial assistance? So option A, disturbance in current balance of payment due to food insecurities. So which is correct? That means it is a criteria. So which is a criteria? Whereas the country whose import bill saw sharp rise, which is also one of the criteria. The country struggling to sell its cereals, which is also one of the criteria to avail financial assistance. So any country in the world which is suffering from food shortage can avail the assistance. Any country cannot avail the assistance. So which is not a criteria, because that country should be a member of IMF, right? Therefore, so which is not a criteria to avail the financial assistance, right? Therefore, the country should be a member of International Monetary Fund, which is IMF. Therefore, any country, so option D is not a criteria to avail the financial assistance, right? Option D is the right answer. Question 28. So here the question is, which of the following is true in the context of the passage? In the context of given passage, so here are five options given. Which of the options is true here, right? So in the given passage, it is directly given that, so look at the sentence here. Access will be consistent with the actual balance of payment needs kept at 50% of the quota and will be added to the current annual access limits under the RCF or RFI, right? So based on this, so we can say, look at the options. So the IMF will consider the transactions between the country and rest of the world before giving any financial assistance is the true one in the context of the passage, right? So which is true, right? So here the short definition of balance of payment is a record of transactions of a country during specific period, right? Hence the IMF will consider the transactions between the country and rest of the world before giving any financial assistance. Hence, option B is the right answer, right? Question 29. So here the question is, choose the word which is most nearly the opposite in meaning of the word exacerbated. So exacerbated is in this phrase, right? Exacerbated the shortages in food supplies. So the meaning of exacerbated is to make something more severe, right? To make something more severe, right? Here we need to find the opposite meaning of the word exacerbated, right? So here, for example, the ongoing food shortage has been exacerbated by supply chain disruption, right? So inflame or intensify or increasing is called exacerbated, right? So opposite meaning of exacerbated among five options, so we can say reduce, right? Reduce means to make something less in size or quantity, right? So to make something less in size. Less in size or quantity is called reduce, right? Which gives the opposite meaning to the word exacerbated, right? For example, he started exercise to reduce his weight. To reduce means to make something less in size, right? Option C is the right answer. Question 30. So here the question is, choose the word which is most nearly the same meaning of the word pushed, right? So in the given passage, so in the sentence, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has pushed the price of food and fertilizers, right? Russia's invasion of Ukraine has pushed the price of food and fertilizers. So in this context, pushed means so send, right? Or move something, right? So pushed means send or move something, move something, right? So the inflation pushed many families into poverty, for example, right? Send, drive, or thrust, right? So these are the meaning. So the word is to find the meaning of the word pushed, right? Therefore, so drive, right? So drive gives the similar meaning. Drive means to force or push something. So to force or push something, right? Which gives the similar meaning to the word pushed, right? Hence, option B is the right answer. So drive means the modern infrastructure will drive economic growth. So will give, right? Will push economic growth, right? So this gives similar meaning. Hence, option B is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice such type of questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Questions from 31 to 35 are based on the below table. The table given below shows the distribution of male out of total adults and the percentage distribution of children out of total adults in 4 cities, right? So total number of male adults in 4 cities is 2,700. Right? Here the question is, if the number of female adults in city A is 250 more than the number of male adults in city D, then find the total number of female adults in A, B, D together, right? So here the question is to find total female adults in 3 cities, A, B, and D, right? How to find total female adults in these cities? For that, we need number of male adults, right? Because male to female ratio is given here, right? So look at the information. Look at the note here. The ratio of male to female adults in BCD cities is given, right? So using that ratio, we can find number of females, right? For that, we need number of male adults in these cities, right? How to find that? Right? So here total number of male adults in 4 cities is given, right? So using that information, we'll find number of male adults in all the 4 cities, right? Here total male adults is equal to 2,700 in 4 cities, right? So in city A, there are 40p male adults. In city B, 30p male adults, plus city C, 20p male adults, and city D, 18p male adults, which is equal to 2,700. So totally it is 108p is equal to 2,700. Hence value of P is 2,700 by 108, which is equal to 25. Right? So if P is 25, so number of male adults in each cities, right? So here 40P means, so we'll consider male adults in each city. In city A, it is 40 into P is 25. Therefore, it is 25 into 4, yes, 100, 10. So 1,000 male adults in city A. In city B, it is 30P, 30 into 25, which is 750, right? In city C, it is 20P, 20 into 25, which is equal to 500 male adults in city C, whereas in next city D, it is 18 into 25, which is equal to 450, right? 450, right? Now, male to female adults ratio in 3 cities, B, C, D is given, right? So, we'll consider male to female ratio, right? Male to female ratio. So, 5 is to 3, 5 is to 3, 5 is to 6 in city C, and 9 is to 11 in city D, right? So, which means, so if 5 is the number of males in city B, 3 will be number of females, right? Then if 750 is number of males, right? This is how we have to find number of females in each city, right? So number of females in city B, right? If 5 is number of males, 3 is number of females, right? Therefore, that means into, if 750 is number of males, so number of females will be, so 3 by 5 into 750, so which is equal to 5 into 150, 750. Yes, 450 will be number of females in city B, right? Now, in city C, if 5 is number of males, 6 is number of females. Therefore, if 500 is number of males, so 5 into 100 is 500. So, 100 into 6 is 600 is number of females in city C. In city D, right? If 9 is number of males, 11 is number of females. If 450 is number of males, right? 9 into 50 is 450. Therefore, 11 into 555. So, 550 is number of females in city D, right? It is also given that number of female adults in city A. Here, we need number of female adults in city A is 250 more than number of male adults in city D, right? So, that means number of male adults in city D is 450, right? Plus 250 gives number of female adults in city A, right? Therefore, so in city A, number of female adults is, so 450 plus 250, which is equal to 700, right? Therefore, the question is to find total number of female adults in ABD together. So, we'll consider female adults. So, A plus B plus D, right? Female adults in 3 cities is equal to, so city A has 700 female adults and city B has 450 and D has 550, right? So 700, so 450 plus 550 is 1000. Therefore, 1000 plus 700 is 1700 female adults in ABD together, right? 1700 is the answer, hence option C. Question 32. The total number of children in city B is what percentage of total number of children in city D, right? First, we need to find number of children in city B and D, right? So, in the previous question, we have found number of male adults and female adults, right? Therefore, the total adults in each city is like this, right? So, 1700, 1200, 1100 and 1000, right? In 4 cities, right? So number of children in each city is 15% of total adults in city A, and city B there are 10% of total adults, right? In city C 12% and in city D 18% of total adults, right? So using this, let us find number of children in city B and D, right? So for this question, only city B and D children are required. So city B has 10% of total adults. So which is equal to 10 by 100 into, right, 1200. There are 1200 adults in city B, right? Therefore, it is 2 zeros will get cancelled. There are 120 children in city B. Whereas in city D, 18% of total adults means for 100, that means out of 100, there are 18 children. Therefore, out of total adults, so which is 1000, there are 180 children, right? So, number of children in city B is what percentage of number of children in city D? Therefore, required percentage is equal to, so here total or children in city B. Number of children in city B is what percentage of, that means into 100 of number of children in city D. Children in city D. Right? Therefore, so 120 by 180 into 100. That means if 180 is number of children in city D, for 180 children, 120 is number of children in city B. Therefore, if 100 is number of children in city D, what will be number of children in city B? That is required percentage, right? So 2 zeros will get cancelled. So 4 into, not 4, 2 into 6, 2 into 9. Again 3 into 2, 3 into 3. Therefore, it is 200 by 3. Right? 3 into 6 is 18. Again, 2 remainder. 3 into 6 is 18. Yes, 66.66% is number of children in city B. Right? Right? So, city B is 66.66% of number of children in city D. Hence, option B is the right answer. Question 33 is, the total number of children in city B and C together is what percentage of number of male adults in city C? So that means here required percentage is so number of children in B and C together, right? So children in B and C together, B plus C is what percentage of, that means into 100, what percentage of number of male adults in city C. So male in C, right? So for that we need number of children in B and C, right? So city B has 10% of total adults. So which is 10 by 100 into total adults are 1200. Therefore, there are 120 children in city B. Whereas in city C, there are 12%. That means 12 by 100 into total adults. So 1100. Right? So 12 into 11 is 132. Right? 132. There are 132 children in city C. Right? So total children in B and C. So it is 120 plus 132. 132 divided by number of male adults in city C. There are 500 male adults in city C, right? So divided by 500. Therefore, for 100, it is what percentage of, right? Therefore, 2 zeros will get cancelled here. 120 plus 132 is 152 by 5, right? So on simplification, so you will have 5 into 3 is 15 and 0, 5 into 4. 30, is it 30.4? It is not 152, it is 252, right? 252. Therefore, 50, 5 into 5, 50.4 percentage is required percentage. That means total number of children in city B and C together is 50.4 percentage of number of male adults in city C, right? Hence option D is the right answer. Question 34. If the ratio of male adults to female adults in city A is 10:7, then find the ratio of total female adults in all 4 cities and male adults in city A and B together, right? Here, the required ratio is equal to, so total female adults to male adults in only A and B together, right? Total female adults is to male in A and B, right? A plus B, right? So here, so male to female ratio in city A is 10:7. Yes, 1700. Therefore, it is 10:7, right? So here, total female adults in 4 cities are 700 plus 450, 700 plus 450 plus 600 plus 550. This is the total number of female adults in all 4 cities. Is to male adults in A and B, right? In city A and B, 1000 and 750. 1000 plus 750, right? Therefore, the total number is So 550 plus 450, 1000 plus 700, 1700 plus 600 is 2300. Through 2300 is total number of female adults in all 4 cities, and male adults in A and B is 1750. Right? Therefore, so 2300 is 2750. So we'll simplify it. So the 2 zeros will get cancelled. So we have 5 into 3, 55 into 5, and 5 into 4, 5 into 6. 46 is to 35, right? 46 is to 35. Right? So we cannot divide it further. So 46 is to 35. Option E. Am I right? Yes. Therefore, option E is the right answer. Question 35. The number of female adults in city B is what percentage of total number of adults in city D? Very simple. Here the required percentage is, so we'll write required percentage is, so female adults in city B. So female in city B is what percentage of, that means into 100 of total adults in city D. So adults in city D. Very simple. So in city B, there are 450 female adults, right? Therefore, 450 into 100 divided by adults in city D. City D has 1000 adults. So together male and female. Therefore, so 100 into 10 is 1000. So 45%, right? Number of females in city B is 45% of total adults in city D, right? Hence, look at the options. Option A is the right answer. Question 36. What approximate value should come in place of the question mark in the following question? Here, 19.99 percentage of 119.99 plus cube root of 216.06 minus square root of 624.99. Here the question is to find approximate value, right? So let us round off the given three numbers to the approximate value, right? So here is a cube root, right? Since it is a cube root, let us round off the given number to the nearest cube value, right? So nearest cube value to 216.06 is 216. So which is equal to cube of 6. 16 into 6, 36 into 6 is 216. Whereas in the third number, we have square root, right? So nearest square number to 624.99 is 625, which is square of 25. Right? So it will be easy for us for the calculation part, right? Whereas the first two numbers, 19.99 percentage, so when round off to nearest value, when these numbers are rounded off to nearest values, so 19.99 percentage is approximately equal to 20% of 119 is approximately equal to 120, right? Plus cube root of 216, nearest value is 216, minus square root of 625, right? Which is equal to 20% of means 20 by 100 into 120, plus cube root of 216 is 6, right? Minus 625, square root is 25. Very simple calculation. So here zeros will get cancelled. 12 into 2 is 24 plus 6 minus 25, which is 30 minus 25 is equal to 5. Therefore, option D is the right answer. Here, you should know the square roots and cube roots of, right, few numbers, right? Otherwise, you should know the squares and cubes of at least the numbers up to 20. Right? Then only the calculation part will be very easy, right? Therefore, option D is the right answer. Question 37. What approximate value should come in place of the question mark in the following question? So here root of 63.99 into 149.99%, which is nothing but 149.99 percentage of square root of 63.99, right? Minus the other two parts. So students, let us round off the given numbers to the nearest value. Then we can go for the calculation part, right? So when rounded off to nearest number, rounded off to nearest whole number, the given expression becomes square root of 63.99 is nearly equal to 64 into 149.99 percentage is nearly equal to 150% minus 175.99 is nearly equal to 176 divided by 22.22 is nearly equal to 22, right? So students, we are using BODMAS rule to solve any equation or expression. Let us go for BODMAS rule, right? According to which bracket part should be removed. There is no bracket to remove here. Next comes off part. So here are two off parts, right? Square root of, right? Square root of and percentage part, right? So 150 percentage off. This also comes under off part. Therefore, we'll solve that. Square root of 64 is 8 into 150% means 150 by 100. Minus, simultaneously, we can go for division, right? So after off, division comes 176 divided by 22 is 8. 22 into 8 is 176, right? Therefore, the answer is 8 here. Therefore, here, two zeros will get cancelled. 5 into 3, 5 into 2, and 2 into 4 is 8. So 4 into 3 is 12, minus the second part is 8. Therefore, 12 minus 8 is 4. Option A is the right answer. Question 38. What approximate value should come in place of the question mark in the following question? Again, the same procedure. First, round off the given numbers to the nearest whole number, right? So round off to nearest whole number. Nearest whole number. Since we are going to find the approximate value, not exact value, therefore round off to the nearest whole number so that calculation part will be very easy, right? Therefore, the first number 76.87 is nearly equal to 77 into 10.99 is nearly equal to 11 divided by 6.97 is nearly equal to 7 plus 1.99 is nearly equal to 2, right? This is the first part, divided by cube root of 26.99 is nearly equal to 27, right? Is equal to solve this also, this part also, we are using BODMAS rule. Let us remove the bracket part. Let us solve the bracket part here. So inside the bracket, we have multiplication, division, and addition. To solve this also, let us go for BODMAS rule, according to which division comes first before multiplication and addition, right? Therefore, 77 inside the bracket will take 77 into 11 by 7. We'll take this plus 2 divided by cube root of 27. Right? So you can go for cube root of 27 also, since off part comes before division. Since these two off part and division parts are separated by a division sign, right? You can go for off part also simultaneously. So cube root of 27, right? So it comes under off part. So it is 3. Cube root of 27 is 3. Therefore, very simple. 7 into 11 is 77. And after that, 11 into 11, which is 121 plus 2 divided by 3. Therefore, it is 123 by 3 is equal to 3 into 4, 12, 3 into 1. 41 is the answer, right? Option C is the right answer. Question 39. What approximate value should come in place of the question mark, right? So let us round off the given numbers to the nearest whole numbers. So round off to nearest whole number. Nearest whole number. So 49.827 percentage, it is nearly equal to 50%, right? 50% of 1,119.61 is nearly equal to 1,120, right? Minus what percentage of, let it be x percentage of 1,600.092, which is nearly equal to 1,600, right? So is equal to 79.7 is nearly equal to 80, right? So 50% of means 50 by 100 into 1,120 minus x by 100 into 1,600 is equal to 80. So here two zeros will get cancelled, and 50 into 2 is 100 and 2 into 560, right? Therefore, 560 minus 16x is equal to 80. Therefore, 16x is equal to 560 minus 80, which is equal to 480. Therefore, value of x is 480 by 16. 16 into 3 is 48 and a 0. Therefore, value of x is 30, right? Therefore, what approximate value should come in place of the question mark? So, in place of question mark, the answer should be 30, right? So, 30% of 1,600, right, should be subtracted from the first part, which is 49.827% of 1,119.61, right? So, the answer will be 79.76, so 6762. Therefore, for the given question, 30, option D is the right answer. Question number 40. What approximate value should come in place of the question mark in the following question? So the question is 34.85, the whole square. So it is not into 2, it is whole square, minus 18.99, the whole square, minus 5.01, the cube is equal to. So round off to nearest values. So round off to nearest whole number. Nearest whole numbers. 35.85 is nearly equal, sorry, 34.85 is nearly equal to 35. The square minus 18.99 is nearly equal to 19. It's a square minus 5.01 is nearly equal to 5. The cube is equal to, so 35 square, 35 into 35. So we'll simplify it. So 1,225. Right? Minus 19 square is 361 minus, so at least you should know the squares and cubes of the numbers up to 20. So that for bigger numbers like 35 and above, 30 and above, even 20 and above, you can go for direct multiplication, right? So to find squares and cubes, can go for direct multiplication. So now the last part is 5 cube, which is 5 into 5, 25 into 5 is 125. So here 1,225 minus 361 will give you 864 minus the last part is 125, right? So minus 125 gives you 739 as the answer, right? 739. Option A is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice such type of questions from this paper and all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 41. A can complete work in 60 days and B is 25% more efficient than A. They work together for 15 days and C alone completes the remaining work in 14 days. B and C together will complete 5 by 8 part of the original work in how many days, right? So to solve this, we are using the concept of work, which is equal to efficiency into time, right? Work is equal to efficiency into time. Right, here efficiency is nothing but 1 day work, right? So in generally we call it as 1 day work or work done in unit time. It may be in 1 day or 1 minute or 1 second, 1 hour, right, or 1 year, right? So work done in unit time is called efficiency. So here A can complete a work in 60 days. So let us consider total work as W. right? Total work as W. So A completes the work in 60 days, means A's efficiency, right? So efficiency of A is equal to, by the formula, it is work by time, right? Total work W by A takes 60 days of time. So A's efficiency is W by 60, right? B is 25% more efficient than A. That means efficiency of B is equal to 125% of efficiency of A. So which means, so efficiency of B is, so 25% more efficient than A. So efficiency of A, right? Plus 25% of efficiency of A. Right? So which means W by 60 plus 25% means 25 by 100 into W by 60. Right? Which means, so since 100 into 60 is LCM, so numerator becomes 100W plus 25W, which is 125W, which is nothing but 125% of, right? W by 60 is efficiency of A. 125% of efficiency of A, right? That's what the meaning is. So efficiency of B is 125% of efficiency of A, right? They work together for 15 days, right? C alone completes the remaining work in 14 days. So to complete the total work, so we'll consider total work. To complete this total work, right? A and B work together for 15 days. So apply the formula of work, which is efficiency into time. So to complete the total work, A and B together, therefore A plus B, efficiency of A plus B, in 15 days they work together. And the remaining work, right? Remaining work has been done by C alone. Remaining work has been done by C alone, right? In how many days? In 14 days, right? So we'll complete that. So here efficiency of A and B in 15 days and efficiency of C remaining work in 14 days is equal to the total work, right? Here the question is B and C together will complete 5 by 8 part of the original work in how many days? So therefore, see here we need to consider 5 by 8 part of the total work, right? 5 by 8 part of total work will be done by B and C in how many days? In X number of days. Here we need to consider, we need to find the value of X. For that we need efficiency of B and C, both. Right? So how to find that? Using the first relation. Total work has been done by A plus B in 15 days plus C in 14 days. This relation, right? So using this relation, we'll consider efficiency of C, right? Since efficiency of A and B is already given, right? So we'll consider efficiency of A is W by 60 plus efficiency of B is this much 125 W by 100 into 60. This is efficiency of B in 15 days and the remaining work will be done by C in 14 days, right? Here we are going to find efficiency of C, right? So simplification part. So since 100 into 60 is the LCM, numerator becomes, so the first part becomes 100W since we have already 60 in the denominator. Therefore, numerator should be multiplied by 100 plus 125W in 15 days plus 14C. Therefore, 225W by 100 into 60 multiplied by 15 plus 14C. Simplification part. So here 15 into 4 and 25 into 9 is 225, 25 into 4. Therefore, we have W is equal to 9W by 4 into 4, 16. plus 14C. Therefore, 14C is equal to W minus 9W by 16. Since 16 is the LCM, so 16W minus 9W, which is 7W by 16 is 14C. Therefore, C is 7W by 14 into 16. Therefore, 7 into 2. Therefore, W by 32 is efficiency of C. Right? Efficiency of C is W by 32, which is very important here. So using efficiency of B and C. So we'll consider number of days B and C together work to complete 5 by 8 part of work, total work. Therefore, 5 by 8 part of total work, W is equal to efficiency of B is, yes, 125% of efficiency of A. So which is nothing but 125 by 100 into W by 60 plus efficiency of C. Just now we had calculated W as 30, W by 32, right? W by 32, right? In X number of days. Simplify it. 5 by 8 into W is equal to, so here 125. So 25 into 5, 25 into 4, right? So 5W by 240 plus W by 32 into X, right? Now we can still simplify it. So 5 into 4, 5 into 8, 48, right? So here 48 and 32. So what's the LCM? Yes, 96 is LCM, but 48 into 2, 32 into 3 is 96. So numerator becomes 2W plus 3W into X, right? Therefore, 5 by 8W is equal to 5W by 96 into X. So 5 and 5 will get cancelled, W and W. Therefore, X is equal to 96 by 8, which is equal to 12. X is number of days taken by B and C. So 12 days is number of A taken by B and C, right? To complete 5 by 8 part of total work, right? Therefore, option D is the right answer. B and C they take 12 days of time to complete 5 by 8 part of total work, original work, right? Option D is the right answer. Question 42. The ratio of speed of boat in still water and the current speed is 4:3. Distance covered by boat in downstream speed and upstream speed is 126 km each. Find the speed of the boat in still water if total time taken by boat in both downstream and upstream speed is 48 hours. So before going to the actual question, let us consider the concept of downstream and upstream speed, right? So let us consider a current like this, right? Or stream, both are same, right? If a boat is moving in the same direction of the current, like this is current, right? This is boat, right? So when boat moves in the same direction of the current, it gains the speed of the current also. Therefore, downstream speed, this is called downstream speed. In case of downstream speed, boat gains the speed of the current also along with its own speed. So speed of the current plus speed of boat, right? So current speed plus speed of boat, right? So boat's speed, right? Sum of these two speeds is nothing but downstream speed. The reason is boat is moving in the same direction of the current, right? So let us imagine boat is coming back, right, in the opposite direction of the current, right? So such speed is called upstream speed. Upstream speed. So in case of upstream speed, boat is moving in the opposite direction of the stream. right? Therefore, speed of boat minus speed of the current. Speed of boat minus speed of current. Speed of current is called upstream speed, right? So here it is given that ratio of speed of boat to speed of current is given 4:3, right? So let us imagine 4x as a speed of boat, 4x kilometer per hour, right? And 3x will be speed of current because of the ratio 4:3, right? So we'll consider speed of boat. Speed of boat is equal to 4x kilometer per hour. And speed of current. Current is equal to 3x kilometer per hour. Right? Distance covered by boat in downstream and upstream speed is 126 kilometer each. Right? Therefore, here distance covered in each case. Distance D is 126 kilometers. Find speed of the boat in still water. So here we need to find speed of the boat in still water. So 4x. For that we need value of x. How to find that? So if total time taken by boat in both downstream and upstream speed is 48 hours. So let us imagine T1 is time taken by boat in downstream motion. T2 is time taken by boat in upstream motion. Here total time is given, right? Therefore, total time is equal to T1 plus T2, right? In downstream motion and plus upstream motion is equal to 48 hours, right? So let us consider downstream speed, right? So here, now let us consider downstream speed. Downstream speed is equal to, since speed is distance by time, right? So distance by time. Here in case of downstream speed, T1 is time taken by the boat, right? Since downstream speed is how much? Speed of the boat plus current, right? Therefore, it is 4x plus 3x is equal to distance traveled by it is 126 kilometer and T1 is time taken by the boat. Here we need the value of T1, right? So T1 is equal to 126 by 7x. Whereas upstream speed is, according to concept of upstream speed, it is speed of the boat minus speed of the current. Therefore, it is 4x minus 3x is equal to, again, distance by time T2, right? Distance is same 126 T2. Therefore, T2 is equal to 126 by x. 4x minus 3x is x, right? So consider these two as equation 1 and 2, and total time is given, right? Total time in the journey of the boat, right? In both downstream and upstream motion is given. Therefore, we'll substitute the values. So total time T1 plus T2 is 48 hours. So T1 plus T2 is equal to 48. Since T1 is 126 by 7x, right? 7x plus T2 is 126 by x is equal to 48. Since 7x is the LCM, simplify it. 126 plus 126 into 7 is equal to 48. Since 126 is common, so 1 plus 7 is 8 here. By 7x is equal to 48. So 7 into 1, 7 into 8, right? Therefore, x is equal to 18 into 8 by 48. 8 into 6 is 48. 6 into 3. So value of x is 3. Here, what is asked in the question? So time taken by boat in, speed of boat in still water is asked. Speed of boat in still water is 4x kilometer per hour, right? Therefore, here we need speed of boat in still water. In still water is equal to 4x. X is 3. Therefore, 4x becomes 12 kilometer per hour. Right? 12 kilometer per hour. Option E is the right answer. Question 43. Rupees 16,500 is split into two fixed deposits for 2 years at 10% and 12% simple interest. If the total interest received from the deposits is 3,620, how much was invested in 12% scheme? So students, total interest is given. Since it is simple interest, so we'll consider total interest as a sum of two simple interests, right? So sum of two simple interests. Two simple interests, right? Since simple interest is equal to PTR by 100, we know the formula, right? Simple interest I is equal to PTR by 100. We know this formula, right? Therefore, total interest can be written as first interest at the rate of 10%, right? So, I1 plus second interest at the rate of 12%, right? Since I is PTR by 100, so we can say P1 TR. So since the two deposits are different, right? So 16,500 is split into two deposits for 2 years. Since time period is same, 2 years, and rate of interest are different, and principals are also different, right? So we'll just substitute. So you can take principal, that means the first fixed deposit as X, right? And the second deposit will be, so total deposit 16,500 minus X, right? That can also be taken, right? So first principal or first deposit, both are same. First deposit be X. First deposit be X rupees. Therefore, second deposit will be 16,500 total deposit minus X rupees, right? So if you take first deposit as P1, principal 1, second deposit as P2, right? Then total interest, according to the formula, it is P1 TR1 by 100 plus P2 TR2 by 100. Since time period is same, no need to take T1 and T2 as separately, right? So P1, first deposit is X rupees and time period is 2 years. Rate of interest is 10% by 100. And the second deposit is 16,500 minus X. Time period is same 2 years into rate of interest is 12% by 100. And the total interest is 3,620, right? We'll consider total interest as 3,620 is equal to, so here 10 into 10, so 2 into 5, right? So X by 5 plus, here in the second part, we have 2 into 50 is 100, right? So directly you can take 16,500 into 12. So here plus 16,000. So we'll go for simplification part. 500 into 12 gives you 1,98,000. 1,98,000, right? Minus 12x, right? Whole divided by 50. So in this 50 is the LCM and the numerator part becomes, so 5 into 10 is 50, therefore 10 into x. 10x, right? Minus 12x plus 1,98,000, right? Therefore, so here 3,620 into 50 is equal to 1,98,000 minus 10x minus 12x is 2x, right? So 3,620 into 50 gives you 1,81,000. So 1,81,000 is equal to 1,98,000 minus 2x. Am I right? Yes. Now 2x is equal to 1,98,000 minus 1,81,000. So which gives you 17,000, right? Therefore, x is equal to 17,000 by 2, right? So 17,000 by 2 gives you 8,500. Right? 8,500 is value of X. What is asked in the question? So how much was invested in 12% scheme? So it is P2, principal 2. So in 12% scheme, second deposit is P2 is equal to 16,500 minus X. Since value of X is 8,000, how much? 8,500. So 16,500 minus 8,500. So which gives you 8,000. So 8,000 rupees was invested in the 12% scheme, right? Hence option E is the right answer, right? Here we are going to find 16,500 minus X, right? Second scheme deposit, not first scheme, not the value of X. Therefore, second scheme deposit is 8,000 rupees, option E. Question 44. If the height of the triangle is 24 centimeter and the area of the triangle is 168 square centimeter, perimeter of the rectangle is 84 centimeter. If it were given that the base of the triangle is equal to breadth of the rectangle, find length of the rectangle. Very simple question. So students will consider a triangle and a rectangle first. Triangle and a rectangle, right? Height of the triangle is given, so which is 24 centimeter, right? Height of the triangle is 24 centimeter. Area is given, right? So area of the triangle is 168 centimeter square, right? So perimeter of the rectangle P is given. Perimeter is 84 centimeter, right? So here base of the triangle is equal to breadth of the rectangle. Let B be the base of the triangle, which is equal to breadth of the rectangle B, right? We need to find length of the rectangle. To find length, we are using the concept of perimeter. P is equal to 2 times length plus breadth, right? So perimeter is given, breadth of the rectangle should be taken to find length of the rectangle. How to find breadth of the rectangle? So which is equal to base of the triangle. First, we need to find base of the triangle, right? So how to find that? Using area formula. Area is equal to half into base into height, area of the triangle, right? Area is given, therefore 168 is equal to half into base into height of the triangle is given, which is 24 centimeter. So 2 into 12 is 24, therefore base is equal to 168 by 12. So which is equal to, so 12 into 1, 12 into 4. So 14 centimeter is base of the triangle, which is equal to breadth of the rectangle, right? Therefore, breadth is equal to 14 centimeter. Therefore, using the perimeter formula, so 84 is equal to 2 times length plus breadth is 14 centimeter, right? Therefore, length plus 14 is equal to 84 by 2, which is 42. Therefore, length of the rectangle is 42 minus 14, which is 28 centimeter, right? Is the length of the rectangle. Hence, option C is the right answer. Question 45. The ratio of water to milk in 250 liters of mixture A is 4:1. Mixture B has 25 liters of water and ratio of water to milk in mixture B is 5:7. If 40% of mixture A and 80% of mixture B is mixed and new mixture C is made, then find the ratio of milk to water in mixture C. So students, so we'll consider three mixtures A, B, C, right? So in mixture A, water to milk ratio is given, which is 4:1. So this is water ratio, milk ratio, which is 4:1. Right? Simultaneously, we'll make a column. So this is of mixture A, mixture B, and mixture C. Mixture B, mixture C. Right? In mixture A, so let the amount of water in mixture A be 4x liters. Right? 4x liters. And milk will be x liters because of the ratio, right? 4:1. So here 250 liter is the total volume of mixture A, right? So total volume is 250 liters, right? Therefore, here total volume is 250 here. That is 4x plus x is 250. Therefore, value of x is 250 by 5. 5x is 250. So 250 by 5 is 50. Therefore, volume of water in mixture A is 4x, which is 4 into 50, which is 200 liters. Volume of milk in mixture A is 50 liters. Right? Now come to mixture B. Right? Ratio of water to milk. Mixture B has 25 liters of water. Right? So water to milk. Here volume of water is given. Right? Mixture B has 25 liters of water. Ratio of water to milk mixture in B is 5:7. So 5:7 is the ratio. Right? Here water volume is 5x. Right? Milk volume is 7x. Right? So here 5x is equal to water volume is 25. Therefore, value of x is 25 by 5, which is 5. Therefore, volume of milk will be 7 into 5, right? Which is 35 liters, right? Therefore, total volume, totally it is water plus milk, which is 25 plus 35, which is 60 liters is the total volume, right? So, totally it is 60 liters in mixture B, right? Now, if 40% of mixture A and 80% of mixture B is mixed, a new mixture C is made. Then find the ratio of milk to water in mixture C. We'll consider mixture C, which has 40% of A and how much? 80% of B. Right? So let us find 40% of A and 80% of B first. Then water and milk volumes in 40% of A and 80% of B, right? Separately. Now consider mixture A, in which 40% of A is 40 by 100 and the total volume of mixture A is how much? 250 liters. Therefore, it is 100 liters. Is 40% of A, right? So which is mixture of water and milk, right? In 100 liters, what is volume of water, right? Therefore, water will be, so out of total volume, which is 250 liters, 1 minute. So in 250 liters of mixture, volume of water is 200. Therefore, in 100 liter of mixture, that is 40% of A, what is volume of water? So here students 5 into 4, 5 into 5 and 5 into 20. Therefore, 80 liters will be volume of water, right? In 40% of A and volume of milk is, so in 250 liters, right? Volume of milk was 50 liters. Therefore, in 100 liter mixture, right? Therefore, 5 into 5, yes, 20 liters is volume of milk, right? Now, consider mixture B. So, the new mixture C contains 80% of B, right? So, we'll consider 80% of B. So, which is 80 by 100 of the total volume of B is 60 liters, right? So, 60 liters, right? So, which is 48 liters is the new, that means 80% of B, in which the volume of water is. So, in how much? 60 liters of mixture, volume of water was 25 liters, right? So, here, out of 60 liters, 25 liters was volume of water. Therefore, in 48 liters. So, 12 into 4, 12 into 5, and 5 into 5. So 20 liters will be volume of water in the new 80% of B, right? And volume of milk will be out of 60 liters in the original mixture, right? Volume of milk was 35 liters, right? 35. Therefore, so in the new volume, so 12 into 4, 12 into 5, and 5 into 7. So 28 liter is volume of milk, right? Let us consider the new mixture C, right? So in which in 40% of A, volume of water is 80 liter, volume of milk is 20 liters, right? So here water to milk. So 80 is water, 20 is milk, whereas in 80% of B, volume of water is how much? 20 liters, milk is 28, right? 20, 28. 20 and 28. So what is asked in the question? Find the ratio of milk to water, right? In the new mixture, milk to water. Milk is to water ratio is. So the total milk volume is 20 plus 28. So 20 from 40% of A mixture, 28 is from 80% of mixture B, right? Is to water content is 80 plus 20 from both A and B mixtures. Therefore, it is 48 is to 100, right? So both the numbers are divisible by 4. 4 into 12 is 48, 4 into 25 is 100. So 12 is to 25 is ratio of milk to water in mixture C. 12 is to 25. Hence, option D is the right answer. Question 46. In the given question, two equations numbered 1 and 2 are given. Solve both the equations and mark the appropriate answer. So, in the given question, we need to find the relation between x and y. Whether x is equal to y, greater than y, less than y, or less than or equal to or greater than or equal to, right? So, we need to find the relation between x and y. So, to find that, we have to solve for x and y, right? So, for that, we'll consider equation 1. X square plus 18x plus 77 is equal to 0. Quadratic equation. How to solve this? So there are two methods to solve. One is by splitting the middle term. Another is by using the formula, right? Since the equation is very simple one, let us split the middle term, right? In such a way that coefficients of middle term, right, should be in such a way that the product of them should be equal to 77 and the sum should be equal to 88. Right? Since the equation is in the form of x square, so I just explain this. X square plus a plus b into x plus ab is equal to 0. Right? Here product of a and b is 77 and a plus b is 18. Right? Therefore, a is equal to b is equal to. We have to find that first. Right? So we'll consider a as 11, b as 7. So that a into b becomes 77, a plus b becomes 18. 11 plus 7 is 18. Therefore, given equation can be written as x square plus a plus b into x. So which is ax plus bx. So I can write it as 11x plus 7x. Right? Plus 77 is equal to 0. Just split the middle term, right? So we'll consider first two terms where x is common. So into x plus 11. And in the last two terms, 7 is common. Into x plus 11 is equal to 0. Therefore, we can write x plus 11 into x plus 7 is equal to 0. Therefore, we have two values for x. X is equal to minus 11 or x is equal to minus 7. Right? So we'll consider value of y now, right? By considering second equation, 4y square plus 31y plus 21 is equal to 0. Right? This equation is in the form of ax square plus or ay square. Here unknown term is y. Ay square plus by plus c is equal to 0. Again, a quadratic equation. So here also we can split the middle term, right? So in such a way that, so the coefficients of two middle terms should be in such a way that product of them should be equal to A into C. The coefficients of y square and the last term, right? Here A into C is 21 into 4, which is 84. And the value of B is 31, right? So choose the two terms, right? Such a way that the product should be 84 and the sum should be 31. So we can take 28 and 3. 28y plus 3y. So the coefficients are 28 and 3. Their product is 84 and their sum is 31, right? Plus the last term is equal to 0. So you have to split the middle term, right? Take first two terms where 4y is common into y plus 7 plus 3 is common in the last two terms, y plus 7 is equal to 0. Therefore, we have two values for y is equal to minus 7, y is equal to minus 3, right? So here, so consider the values of x and y, right? So we'll just compare x and y. So x, y, and the relation between them, right? So when x is equal to minus 11 and y is equal to minus 7, right? So minus 7 is, sorry, minus 11 is less than minus 7, right? Therefore, x is less than y. Again, if x is equal to minus 11, y is another value, which is minus 3. So in this case also, x is less than y. So we'll take another value of x, which is minus 7. Minus 7. And y is also minus 7. So x is equal to y. Again, if x is minus 7, y has another value, which is minus 3. X is less than y. So by combining all these, we can say x is less than, one more case is equal to. Here is a case which is equal to. So less than or equal to y. We can conclude that x is less than or equal to y. So look at the options. Option D, x is less than or equal to y, right? First, we have to solve for x and y by considering the given quadratic equations, right? So after finding the values, right, for x and y, we have to relate them, right? You have to find the relation between them, right? Like this. Therefore, we can conclude that x is less than or equal to y, option D. Question 47. As in the previous question, here also we have to solve for x and y by considering the given quadratic equation, then find the relation between them, right? So we'll consider first one, 2x squared minus 33x plus 136 is equal to 0, right? Which is in the form of ax squared plus bx plus c is equal to 0, right? Here product of a and c is 136 into 2, which is 272, and value of b is, coefficient of the middle term is minus 33, right? Now split the middle term in such a way that product of the coefficients of the middle term should be 272 and sum of them should be minus 33, right? Therefore 2x squared, so we can take minus 16 and minus 17, right? So minus 16x minus 17x, so that their sum is minus 33 and their product is 272, right? Plus 136 is equal to 0. Take first two terms where 2x is common. So into x minus 8. Where in the last two terms, minus 17 is common. Right? Am I right? Yes. X minus 8 is equal to 0. Therefore, x minus 8 into 2x minus 17 is equal to 0. Therefore, x minus 8 is equal to 0. 2x minus 17 is equal to 0. Therefore, we have two values for x. X is equal to 8 and 2x is equal to 17. So, x is equal to 8.6. Am I right? 8.6. Sorry, 8.5. 8.5. Right? Now, we'll go for second equation. 2y squared minus 37y plus 171 is equal to 0. Again, this equation is also in the form of ay square plus by plus c is equal to 0. Here, product of a and c is 2 into 171, so which is 342, and value of b, coefficient of the middle term is 37. Therefore, middle term can be splitted as minus 18y minus 19y, right? Plus 171 is equal to 0. And product of minus 18 and minus 19 is how much? 342, right? So here, take first two terms where 2y is common. So y minus 9, right? Minus 19 is common in the last two terms. So y minus 9. Therefore, y minus 9 is equal to 0 and 2y minus 19 is equal to 0. So y is equal to 9, y is equal to 19 by 2, so which is 9.5. So we have two values for y. Let us find the relation between x and y, right? These are the two values for x. So these are for y. So x, y, and their relation. So if x is 8, y is 9, right? X is strictly less than y. X is again 8, y is 9.5. Here also x is strictly less than y. X is 8.5. We have another value for x, and y is, first value is 9. Therefore, x is strictly less than y. If x is again 8.5, y is 9.5. In this case also, x is strictly less than y. So consider all four cases where x is strictly less than y. Therefore, we can conclude that option B, yes, x is strictly less than y. Question 48. So as we have discussed in the previous two questions, here also we have to find the relation between x and y, right? So we'll consider first equation. 5x square minus 38x plus 65 is equal to 0. A quadratic equation in the form of ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0. Here product of a and c is 5 into 65. So which is 325, right? And value of b is minus 38. So let us find, or let us split the middle term first, right? So here, so we can take 25 and 13, minus 25 x minus 13x. So that the product of minus 25 and minus 13 becomes 325, right? Therefore, last term is 65 is equal to 0. This is how you have to split the middle term, right? So take first two terms where 5x is common and the remaining term is x minus 5. And the last two terms minus 13 is common. So x minus 5 is equal to 0. Therefore, x minus 5 is equal to 0, right? Or 5x minus 13 is equal to 0. Therefore, we have two values for x. X is equal to plus 5 or x is equal to 13 by 5, which is nothing but 2.6, right? So now consider the second equation. 5y square minus 19y minus 30 is equal to 0. Again in the form of ax square plus bx plus c, or you can consider it as ay square plus by plus c. So product of a and c is 5 into minus 30, so which is minus 150, and value of b is minus 19. Therefore, choose the middle term, right? So choose the coefficient of the middle term in such a way that the product of them should be equal to minus 150 and their sum should be equal to minus 19, right? So can we take minus 25 and 6, right? So minus 25y plus 6y. So that their sum is minus 19 and their product is, yes, minus 150. And the last term is minus 30 is equal to 0. Take first two terms where 5y is common. So y minus 5 is the remaining term. Plus 6 is common in the last two terms. and y minus 5 is the remaining term. Therefore, 5y plus 6 is equal to 0, or y minus 5 is equal to 0. Therefore, y is minus 6 by 5, which is minus 1.2, right? Or y is equal to 5. These are the two values for y, right? Minus 1.2 and 5. And values for x are 5 and 2.6. 5 and 2.6. So let us find the relation between x and y now, right? So if x is equal to 5, right? So y is equal to minus 1.2. So x is strictly greater than y. If again x is equal to 5, y is also 5, x is equal to y. We'll consider second value of x, which is 2.6. And y is minus 1.2, x is strictly greater than y. And if x is 2.6, y has another value which is 5, x is less than y in this case, right? Consider the four cases. So in two cases, x is greater than y. In one case, it is less than y. Therefore, so we cannot determine the relation between x and y, right? We cannot determine. If in three cases x is greater than y, in one case x is equal to y, we can say x is greater than or equal to, right? So in one case here, x is less than y. Therefore, the relation between x and y cannot be determined. Cannot be determined, right? Therefore, so look at the options. Option E. So in one of the case, x is equal to y. Yes, it is right. Or relation between x and y cannot be established. Option E is the answer. Question 49. In the given question, two equations numbered 1 and 2 are given. Solve both the equations and mark the appropriate answer. Very simple one. So the first equation is in the form of ax squared plus bx plus c, right? Plus c is equal to 0. So which is 12x square plus 11x plus 2 is equal to 0. Where the product of a and c is 12 into 2, which is 24, and the value of b is 11. Now split the middle term, right? 12x square. So middle term should be split in such a way that product of the coefficient of them should be 24 and the sum should be 11, right? Therefore, we can split the 11x as 8x plus 3x. So that product of 8 and 3 is 24 and the sum is 11. Plus the last term is 2 is equal to 0, right? So take first two terms where 4x is common, right? So in the remaining term will be 3x plus 2. And in the last two terms, 1 is common. So remaining term is 3x plus 2 is equal to 0. Therefore, 3x plus 2 is equal to 0, right? Or 4x plus 1 is equal to 0. So value of x will be minus 2 by 3 or x is minus 1 by 4. We have two values for x, right? Consider the second equation, y square plus 20y plus 99 is equal to 0. Very simple one. Here, this equation is in the form of, we can take y square plus a plus b into y plus ab is equal to 0. Here, a into b is 99 and their sum a plus b is 20. Therefore, value of a and b are 11 and 9. Right? Therefore, middle term can be split as y square plus 11y plus 9y plus 99 is equal to 0. Right? And take first two terms where y is common. So y plus 11 is the remaining term. In the last two terms, 9 is common into y plus 11 is equal to 0. So y plus 11 is equal to 0 or y plus 9 is equal to 0. So value of y could be minus 11 or minus 9. Now find the relation between x and y, right? So these are the values of x and y and the relation between them. So if x is minus 2 by 3, y is minus 11. So minus 2 by 3 is greater than minus 11, right? So x is greater than y. Right? Again, if x is minus 2 by 3, y is minus 9. So here also x is strictly greater than y. So we'll take another value of x, minus 1 by 4. And y is minus 11. So x is strictly greater than y. And if x is the same value, minus 1 by 4, y is minus 9. So in this case also x is strictly greater than y. Therefore, we can conclude that x is strictly greater than y. Alright? Therefore, look at the options. Option A. Right? Option A is the right answer. Question number 50. In the given question, two equations numbered 1 and 2 are given. Solve both the equations and mark the appropriate answer. So in this question also, we have to find the relation between x and y, right? By solving the two quadratic equations, right? So the first equation is 2x square minus 19x plus 24 is equal to 0. So which is in the form of ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0. Where product of a and c is 2 into 24, which is 48. And value of b is minus 19, right? Now split the middle term, right? In such a way that the product of the coefficients of the middle term should be 48 and the sum should be minus 19, right? Choose accordingly. So we can take minus 16 and minus 3, right? So minus 19x can be written as minus 16x minus 3x. So that product of minus 16 and minus 3 is 48 and the sum is minus 19. Plus the last term is 24 is equal to 0. So take first two terms where 2x is common. So x minus 8 is the remaining term, right? And last two terms in which minus 3 is common, x minus 8 is the remaining term. Therefore, x minus 8 is equal to 0 or 2x minus 3 is equal to 0. So value of x is plus 8 or x is 3 by 2 or 1.5. Now find the value of y by taking the second quadratic equation, y square minus 25y plus 144 is equal to 0. Right? Which is in the form of, yes, y square plus a plus b into y plus ab is equal to 0. Right? A standard quadratic equation, right? So here ab is 144, a plus b is minus 25. Value of a and value of b are, right? So 16 minus 16 and minus 9, right? So that their sum will be minus 25 and the product will be plus 144, right? So y square minus 16y minus 9y, right? So here last term is 144 is equal to 0. Take the first two terms where y is common into y minus 16. Minus 9 is common in the last two terms into y minus 16 because 9 into 16 is 144, right? Is equal to 0. Therefore, y minus 16 is equal to 0 or y minus 9 is equal to 0. Therefore, we have two values for y. Y is 16 or y is equal to 9, right? Now find the relation between x and y, right? So, x, y, and their relation. So we have two values for x, 8 and 1.5, right? So if value of x is 8, y has one of the values as 16. So we can say x is less than y, 8 is less than 16, right? So again, x is 8, y has another value which is 9. So in this case also x is strictly less than y, 8 is less than 9. We'll consider the second value of x, 1.5. If y is 16, so x is less than y. If again x is 1.5, y is another value which is 9, x is less than y. So by considering all four cases, can conclude x is strictly less than y. Right? Relation between x and y is x is strictly less than y. Look at the options. Option B is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 51. Here, students, questions from 51 to 55 are based on the below information. Answer the questions based on the information given below. 4 different warehouses displaced 2 different types of quantities P and Q in the month of March. The line graph below shows the total number of quantities displaced by each warehouse and the number of P type of quantities displaced by the same warehouse. Right? So here, what's the question? What is the average number of Q type of quantities displaced by warehouses B, C, and D, right? So we need to find number of Q type quantities, right? Q type of quantities displaced by B, C, and D. Then we need to find the average, right? So for that, let's make a small table here. So we'll consider the 4 warehouses, right? A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. And quantity, right? P type of quantity and total quantities produced by the respective warehouse, right? So P type quantities and total quantity, right? So total quantity includes P and Q both, right? Therefore, Q type quantities displaced by each warehouse, right? So according to the given graph, right? So here the straight line indicates total number of quantities displaced. Total quantities means both P plus Q, right? Whereas dotted line indicates the number of P type of quantities displaced, right? So we'll consider P type quantities. So here these A, B, C, and D are warehouses, right? And the quantity P type quantity, right, displaced by A warehouse. Warehouse A is 350, right? So it is between 300 and 400. Therefore, so A warehouse or warehouse A displaced 350 quantities, right? Next, warehouse B displaced 250. Warehouse C displaced 400 and D displaced, so between 400 and 300, it is 350. Whereas the total quantity displaced, right? So total quantity is displaced by warehouse A is, so consider the straight lines, right? So here 700 to 800, therefore it is 750 by warehouse A. And by warehouse B, it is 600. By warehouse C, it is 650, and warehouse D displaced totally how much? 800, right? 800. Therefore, so the number of quantities, right, displaced by the warehouses A, B, C, and D, right? Number of Q type quantities are, so subtract P type quantity from total quantity. So therefore it is, so total minus P, right? Therefore, 750 minus 350 is 400, right? Warehouse B displaced 600 minus 250, which is 350 number of Q type quantities, right? Next, warehouse C displaced 650 minus 400, which is 250, right? And warehouse D displaced 800 minus 350, which is 450. Right? So the question is to find the average number of Q type of quantities, right, by warehouses B, C, and D, right? Therefore, so average number of Q type quantities by B, C, and D, right? So warehouse B displaced 350, right? So 350 number of Q type of quantities. C displaced 250 and D displaced 450 number of Q type quantities. So the average is their sum divided by number of warehouses, which is 3, right? Based on the formula of averages. So total value or yes, total value divided by number of values gives the average. Therefore, so 350 plus 250 is 600 plus 450 is 1050 by 3, right? Therefore, it is 3 into 3, 3 into 5, yes, and 0. 350 is the average number of Q type of quantities displaced by B, C, and D warehouses. Look at the options. Option B is the right answer. Question 52. Based on the same data given here, if each P type of displaced quantity costs 275 rupees to a warehouse, then find the total cost beared by all 4 warehouses from selling all P type of quantities. So here, students, they've given that if each P type of quantity, right, cost 275, right? So there are 4 warehouses, A, B, C, and D, right? Each warehouse displaced some amount of, that means some number of P type of quantities, right? If cost of each P type quantity is 275 rupees, then cost of 350. Cost of 350 P type quantities will be 350 into 275, right? So which is displaced by A, warehouse A, right? So the P type of quantities displaced by B are 250 and their total cost is into 275, right? And cost of P type quantities displaced by C are 400 into 275 by D are 350 into 275. Here question is to find the total cost bear by R4 warehouses from selling all P type of quantities, right? Therefore, total cost bared by bared by all 4 warehouses by selling which type of quantities? All P type of quantities. All P type quantities, right? Will be, right? Cost paid by warehouse A, right? So cost paid by warehouse A is by selling P type of quantities is 350 into 275. So what's the cost? So you will get into 275 as 96,250, right? Plus cost paid by warehouse B by selling all P type of quantities. So 250 into 275, right? So which is equal to 68,750, right? 68,750. So total cost paid by warehouse C by selling P type of quantities is, so 400 into 275. So 1,10,000. And lastly, cost paid by warehouse D, right, by selling P type of quantities is 350 into 275. So which is equal to 96,250. So add all these values, right? So here 1,10,000, yes, plus 96,250, and third value is 68,750 plus 96,250. So you will get 3,71,250 rupees is the total cost, right, of all P type of quantities, right, sold by all 4 warehouses. Therefore, so option A is the right answer. Question number 53. Here the question is, if the number of Q type of displaced quantities for warehouse E is 62.5% more than number of Q type of quantities displaced by warehouse A, and the number of P type of displaced quantities for warehouse E is 250 more than the number of Q type of quantities displaced by the same warehouse, then find the total number of quantities displaced by warehouse E. Very simple one. So here number of Q type of displaced quantities for warehouse E. So we'll consider one more warehouse E, right? For that, number of Q type quantities, right, is 62.5% more than the number of Q type quantities displaced by warehouse A, right? So warehouse A displaced 400 quantities, right? 400 quantities. So number of Q type quantities displaced by E will be 62.5% more than. That means, so more than Q type quantity displaced by A. That means 400 plus 62.5% of 400. This will be the number of Q type quantity displaced by E, right? So we'll consider that first, right? So number of Q type quantities displaced by E will be 62.5% more than Q type quantities by warehouse A, right? That means, so warehouse A displaced 400 quantities plus 62.5% of 400. That's what the meaning, right? So 400 plus 62.5% means by 100 into 400. So 100 into 4 will be 400 and 62.5 into 4 is 250, right? So we have 400 plus 250. So 650 is the total number of Q type quantities displaced by E, right? So which is 650, right? Moving further. Yes. And the number of P type of displaced quantities for warehouse E is 250 more than number of Q type of quantity displaced by the same warehouse. So P type quantities displaced by E will be, so P type quantities displaced by E will be 250 more than. That means you have to add 250 more than the total number of, not total number, 250 more than the number of Q type quantities displaced by the same warehouse. Same warehouse means same E warehouse displays 650 Q type quantities, right? Right? Therefore, P type quantity is 250 more than 650. Therefore, it is, am I right? Yes. So it is 900. P type quantity displaced by E is 900, right? Therefore, the question is to find the total number of quantities displaced by warehouse E, right? So total quantities are, so P type quantities are 900 plus Q type quantities are 650, right? P plus Q. Therefore, it is 1550 is the total quantities, right? Displaced by warehouse E. Hence, option E is the right answer. Question 54. Here, the total number of P type of quantities displaced by warehouses A, C, and D are approximately what percentage of the total number of quantities displaced by all four warehouses? So, students, so the P type of quantity is displaced by A, C, D. So, what is the total P type quantities displaced by A, C, D? First, we need to find A, C, D displaced, right? 350, 400 and 350, right? Whereas total quantities displaced by all four warehouses, right? So displaced by all four warehouses means 750, 600, 650 plus 800. So this gives the total quantities displaced by all four warehouses, right? So this sum of 350, 400 and 350 P-type quantities displaced by ACD is what percentage of the second total this, right? Very simple. So for that, we'll consider the number of, or the total number of total quantities or P-type quantities, particularly total P-type quantities displaced by ACD, AC and D warehouses, right? Warehouses. are A displaced 350, C displaced 400, and D displaced again 350, right? Totally it is 700 plus 400 is 1100. Whereas total quantities displaced by all four warehouses. Total means together P and Q together, right? So we'll consider total quantities displaced by all four warehouses is equal to, so totally it is, so 750, 600, 650, 800, right? So 750, 600, 650 plus 800. Totally it is 800 plus 600, 1400, 1400, 650 is 2050, 2100, 2800, right? Therefore, required percentage is, so P type quantity displaced by A, C, D is, so 1100 is what percentage of, that means into 100, right? What percentage of total quantities displaced by all four warehouses, that is 2800, right? Can I cancel two zeros here? So 2 into 7, sorry, 4 into 7 and 4 into 2, right? 4 into 7 and 4 into 5, right? So 275 by 7, still we can simplify. 7 into 3, right? Am I right? So here it is 3, yes, 275 by 7. So 7 into 3, 21, 7 into 9, yes, 63, 7 into 2, 39.2%, which is approximately equal to 39%. So total quantity display, P-type quantities displaced by ACD is 39% of the total quantities displaced by all four warehouses, right? So option D is the right answer, right? So 39% is the right answer. Question 55. Out of the total number of quantities displaced by all four warehouses, 42.85% are returned back due to some defects. Then find the total number of quantities that are accepted and not returned back to all four warehouses. So here, so out of total quantity displaced by all four warehouses, so the totally the displaced quantities are 750 plus 600 plus 650 plus 800. Totally it is 2800, right? There are 2800 quantities displaced, right? In that 42.85 percentage. So to 42.85 percentage of 2800 are returned back, right? So which are rejected, right? So what is the total number of quantities which are accepted and not returned back, right? So what are the remaining quantities which are accepted, right? Therefore, so returned quantities or rejected quantities, right? Returned quantities are 42.85% of total quantities. Right? So total quantities are 2800, right? So 42.85 by 100, percent means by 100 into 2800, right? So can cancel two zeros. 42.85 into 28, right? So you will get 1199.8, right? Which is approximately equal to 1200, right? So out of 2800 quantities, 1200 quantities are rejected, right? Which are returned back. Therefore, number of quantities that are accepted, therefore, accepted quantities. Accepted quantities are, so total quantities minus rejected or returned quantities, returned ones, right? Therefore, totally 2800 quantities displaced by A, B, C, D warehouses. So in that 1200 quantities are returned. Therefore, the remaining quantities are 1600 which are accepted, right? Hence, option C is the right answer. Question number 56. The ratio of percentages of A and B is 7:8. After 6 years from now, the ratio of their ages will be 8:9. If C's present age is 10 years more than the present age of A, then present age of C in years is. So very simple one. So ratio of present age of A and B is given. So we'll consider at present, right? A's age be 7x years, right? Because the ratio of A to B is, A's age to B's age is 7:8. Let us assume A's age be 7x years. Therefore, B's age will be 8x years. So that the ratio becomes 7:8, right? After 6 years from now, so we'll consider their ages after 6 years, right? After 6 years, A's age will be present age 7x plus 6 years, right? And B's age will be, B's present age is 8x plus 6 years, right? So after 6 years from now, ratio of their ages will be 8:9. So ratio of ages means 7x A's age is to B's age. 7x plus 6 divided by 8x plus 6 is equal to 8 by 9. 8:9, right? So if C's present age is 10 years more than present age of A. So C's present age, we'll consider C's present age is equal to 10 years more than present age of A. Present age of A is 7x years plus 10 years more. 7x plus 10 is C's present age. Then what is present age of C? So for that we need value of x, right? To find C's present age, we need value of x. So consider A's and B's ages after 6 years and the ratio of their ages, right? Consider this. So we can find value of x, right? By cross multiplication, it becomes 9 into 7x plus 6 is equal to 8 into 8x plus 6, right? Then 63x plus 54 is equal to 64x plus 48. Therefore, so 54 minus 48 is equal to 64x minus 63x, which is x. Therefore, value of x becomes, what is the value of x? Is equal to, so 54 minus 48 is 6. Value of x is 6. Therefore, C's present age becomes 7x plus 10, which is 7 into 6. X is 6 plus 10. So, which is 42 plus 10, which is 52. Right? C's present age is 52 years. Hence, option D is the right answer. Question 57. Arvind gives 50% of his money to his son, 30% to his wife, and 62.5% of the remaining money is donated to a trust. He is left with 15,000 rupees now. How much money did he have in the beginning? So, in the beginning, so let the person has X rupees, right? X amount of rupees, right? So, let us assume, let the beginning amount with Arvind be X rupees, right? So he gave 50% of his money to his son, right? So to his son, he gave 50% of the beginning amount. So 50% of X rupees and 30% of the beginning amount to his wife, right? So to his wife, he gave 30% of beginning amount, right? So 50% plus 30% of the beginning amount, right, was given to his son and wife, right, totally. So what is the remaining amount? So remaining amount will be, so a 100 minus 80, right? 20% of x is the remaining, right? Or if x is the beginning amount, minus 50% to his son, minus 30% to his wife, right? Therefore, here and 100 is the LCM, right? 50% means 50 by 100 and 30% means 30 by 100. So 100x minus 50x minus 30x, right? Total it is 20x by 100 is the remaining amount, right? Or 20% of x rupees is the remaining money, right? So in that 62.5% of the remaining money is donated to trust, right? So to trust, he gave 62.5% of remaining money, right? 62.5% of remaining money. That means 62.5% of 20% of x, right? Remaining amount is 20% of x, right? Therefore, 62.5% means 62.5 by 100 into 20% means 20 by 100 of x rupees was donated to trust, right? So how much money did he have in the beginning? We need to find the value of x. Now he is left with 15,000 rupees now, right? So here in the remaining money, so which is 20% of x, 62.5% was donated to trust, right? So the remaining, how much? 37.5%. Is it 37? Yes. Remaining 37.5% of remaining money, right, is left with him, right? Therefore, money left with him. Money left with him, right? So out of 100% of remaining money, 62.5 was donated, right? Therefore, 100% minus 62.5% of remaining money, right? So which is nothing but 37.5% of remaining money is 20% of x, right? So this much amount is left with him. That is equal to 15,000, right? Therefore, 37.5% of 20% of x is equal to 15,000, right? So what is the value of x, right? What's the beginning amount, which is x? So we'll simplify it. So 37.5% means divided by 100 into 20% of x is 20 by 100 into x is equal to, so this is 15,000, right? So 20 into 5 is 100 and 5 into 7.5, right? Therefore, value of x is 15,000 into 100 by 7.5. So 7.5 into 2 is 15 and 3 zeros. Therefore, so 2 lakh rupees was the beginning amount. Value of x is 2 lakh rupees, right? So beginning amount, right? Therefore, option D is the right answer, right? So how much money did he have in the beginning? In the beginning, he had 2 lakh rupees, right? Option D. Question 58. Akshay invested 24,000 rupees in a business. After a few months, Vikas joined with a capital of rupees 18,000. After a year, profit is divided into the ratio 16:7. After how many months did Vikas join the business? Right? So at first, Akshay invested 24,000 rupees. Right? So Akshay invested 24,000 rupees, right? So after few months, right, Vikas joined. So here Vikas will join the business and he invested 18,000 rupees, right? So after a year, profit is divided into the ratio 16:7. So at the end of the year, profit is in the ratio 16:7. right? So 16 is the profit of Akshay, where 7 is profit of Vikas, right? So here students, the profit is directly proportional to investment and time for which the money is invested, right? We know that. So profit is directly proportional to investment and time. Therefore, we can write profit is proportional to investment into time. So if you take the constant as 1, profit is equal to investment into time, right? That can also be taken, right? Profit is equal to, or profit is directly proportional to. Profit is equal to investment into time, right? Here, Akshay invested for 1 year. That means for 12 months he invested, right? So 12 months he invested 24,000 rupees, right? So let the time for which Vikas invested be T months. T months, right? So therefore, so profit gained by Akshay. So if from the ratio 16 is to 7, so let it be 16x if you consider, right? 16x is proportional to investment is 24,000 into time is 12 months, right? So even for Vikas, say from the ratio it is 7. So if you take 7x as the profit, so it is proportional to 18,000 in for T months, right? Here question is asked to find after how many months. What is this duration, right? From 0 month to T month, right? Not T month, 0 month to, right? So that the month in which the second person invested, right? So this duration is asked, right? For that, directly take the profit ratio, right? Profit ratio of Akshay and Vikas. So for it is 16 is to 7. Therefore, we'll take 16x by 7x is equal to their investment into time, right? So 24,000 into 12 divided by 18,000 into T time, right? So 3 zeros will get cancelled here. 6 into 2, 6 into 3, 3 into 8, right? So XX will get cancelled. Therefore, 16 by 7 is equal to 8 into 2, 16 by T, right? So therefore, value of T is 7, right? So the time for which Vikas invested 18,000 is 7 months, right? Here we need total 1 year minus 7 months, right? After how many months Vikas joined the business? Therefore, Vikas joined after, so 12 minus 7, so which is after 5 months, right? He joined after 5 months. Option C is the right answer. Question 59. Two pipes can fill a tank in 12 hours and 15 hours respectively, while the third pipe can empty it in 18 hours. If first two pipes fill the tank for 5 hours, then time taken to empty the tank by third pipe, right? Here, so two pipes fill the tank in 5 hours at first, right? So we'll consider two pipes A and B, right? Fill a tank, right, for 5 hours. So some portion of the tank will be filled in 5 hours, right? So it takes 5 hours to fill some portion of the tank, right? After 5 hours, the third pipe C will empty the tank, right? So what is the time taken by third pipe to empty the tank, right? To empty the tank means to do the same amount of work, right? Therefore, we are using the concept of work here. Work is equal to efficiency into time. Efficiency into time. Here work is filling the tank or emptying the tank, right? So it can be to fill the tank, right? Work done to fill the tank or work done to empty the tank. So both depend on efficiencies of three pipes A, B and C, right? So we'll discuss their efficiency. What is efficiency? Work done per unit time is called efficiency. So in this particular case, work done by the pipe in 1 hour. Here unit time is 1 hour, right? Work done in 1 hour is called efficiency, right? Therefore, efficiency of pipe A. Efficiency of pipe A is equal to total work by total time, right? Total time taken by it according to the formula, right? It is given that first pipe takes 12 hours of time to fill the tank completely. It is already given. Therefore, efficiency of A is work W. So let W be the work, right? Work by, it takes 12 hours of time. Efficiency of A is W by 12, whereas efficiency of B is, second pipe is W by 15, right? So that means work in 1 hour. Efficiency is nothing but work in 1 hour, right? So if first two pipes fill the tank for 5 hours, fill the tank for 5 hours, that means 5 hours work, 5 hours work, right? That means what amount of water is filled in 5 hours, what amount of work has been done by A and B in 5 hours, that is called 5 hours work, right? Therefore 5 hours work, according to the concept of work, it is efficiency of A and B together, because both the pipes together filling the tank, right? Efficiency of A and B into time taken by them, which is 5 hours. Efficiency of A and B, just add their efficiencies, W by 12 plus W by 15 into 5. Since LCM is 60, numerator becomes 12 into 5 and 15 into 4, right, is 60 into 5, right? Therefore, 5 hours work is, so 5 into 12 is 60. So 9W by 12, or 3 into 3, 3 into 4. So 3/4 of the total work has been done by both the pipes A and B in 5 hours. That means 3/4 of the tank has been filled in 5 hours. 3/4 of work, right? After 5 hours, third pipe can empty the tank, right? Third pipe starts emptying the tank. That means emptying the tank is equal to the same amount of work, which is 3/4 of the work. Same amount of water has to be taken out of the vessel or out of the tank, right? Therefore, so here also, to empty the tank, to empty the tank, work is equal to, so third pipe has to do the same work, which is 3/4 of the total work, right? Therefore, 3/4 of the work is equal to, according to the concept of work, it is efficiency of C, because third pipe is going to empty the tank, right? The efficiency of C into time. What is asked in the question? So time taken by the third pipe to empty the tank, right? For that, we need efficiency of C. It is given that third pipe can empty the tank in 18 hours. Imagine the tank is filled completely. Imagine, to empty the filled tank, C takes 18 hours of time. Therefore, efficiency of C is taken as total work. Total work means work done to empty the tank completely, right? Empty the filled tank particularly, divided by time taken by pipe C is 18. W by 18 will be efficiency of C. Therefore, 3/4 of the total work is equal to efficiency of C is W by 18 into time, let it be T, right? So this is 3/4 of the work. So can cancel work and work here, W and W. Here it is 3 into 18 by 4. So 2 into 2, 2 into 9. So which is 27 by 2, which is equal to 13.5, right? Therefore, to empty the 3/4 of the tank, pipe C takes 13.5 hours, unit is hours, right? Therefore, option A is the right answer. Question number 60. A train covers 400 km at a uniform speed. If the speed had been 10 km per hour more, it would have taken 2 hours less for the same journey. What is the usual time taken by it to complete the journey? So this question is based on the concept of speed, which is equal to distance by time, right? Speed is distance covered by the train or any object by time taken to cover that distance is called speed, right? So here train covers 400 km at a uniform speed, right? So we'll consider x as speed of the train, right? So at first, so we'll consider the distance covered by the train is 400 km. So D is 400 km and speed, yes, let it be x kilometer per hour, right? So let t be the time taken by it. So t hours be the time taken by the train, right? To cover 400 kilometer distance. Moving further, if speed had been x plus 10 kilometer per hour more, right? So in the second scenario, so let S1 be its first speed, S2 be its second speed, right? If speed had been 10 kilometer per hour more means x plus 10 kilometer per hour, it would have taken 2 hours less time for the same journey. So in this case, it takes t minus 2 hours, right? To complete the same distance, to cover the same distance, it takes t minus 2 hours with x plus 10 kilometer per hour speed, right? What is the usual time taken by it to complete the journey, right? That means what is the value of t, usual time, right? So we need to find value of t for that. So distance covered by it. So in case 1, distance covered. So distance covered by train is equal to, it is speed into time, right? Speed into time. So speed of the train in first case is x kilometer per hour into time taken by it is t. Distance covered is 400, right? Consider this as equation 1. 400 is equal to x into t, right? Here we need value of t, right? So in the second case, so if speed had been 10 kilometer per hour more, right? So distance covered is same. 400 is equal to speed is x plus 10 into time taken by it is t minus 2 hours, right? Simplify it. So x into t, right? Minus 2x plus 10t minus 20, right? So consider this as equation 2. We can equate equation 1 and 2 because equation 1 and 2 are nothing but the distances covered by train. Both are same, 400 kilometers. Therefore, we'll consider this here. Therefore, equation 1 is equal to equation 2. So x into t is equal to xt minus 2x plus 10t minus 20, right? So xt and xt will get cancelled. Therefore, here 2x, take this 2x to the other side, 2x minus 10t plus 20 is equal to 0, right? Here we need value of t, right? For that, substitute the value of x from equation 1. X can be written as 400 by t, right? Therefore, from 1, x is equal to 400 by t. Substitute that 2 into 400 by t minus 10t plus 20 is equal to 0, right? Therefore, am I right? X is equal to 400 by t. Yes. Now, simplification part. Since t is the LCM, so numerators become 800 minus 10t square plus 20t is equal to 0. Right? 20t is equal to 0. So when t goes to the right hand side, it also becomes a 0. Therefore, so minus 10t square plus 20 plus 800 is equal to 0. So just change the signs. So 10t square minus 20t minus 800. When it is multiplied, both LHS and RHS are multiplied by minus 1, you will get this, right? So 10 is common here. So t square minus 2t minus 80 is equal to 0, right? So now solve the quadratic equation, right? By splitting the middle term. So t square minus 2t minus 80 is equal to 0, right? Because 10 is equal to 0, right? When it is taken to the other side. So split the middle term to solve the quadratic equation. So we can take minus 10t plus 8t to get minus 2t. So that product of minus 10 and plus 8 becomes minus 80, which is third term, right? Take first two terms where t is common, t minus 10 plus 8 is common in the last two terms, and the remaining term is t minus 10 is equal to 0. Therefore, t is equal to 10 or t is equal to minus 8. Right? Minus 8. These are the two values where t is time taken by the train in the first case. Time cannot be negative. Right? Therefore, so it is 10 hours. Right? In the usual case, right? So in the usual time taken by the train to complete the journey is 10 hours. Option D is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Students, questions from 61 to 65 are based on the below passage. So here the direction is answer the questions based on the information given below. A survey is conducted among people about the type of music genres, folk, rock, and jazz they prefer to listen. Each of the person prefer to listen at least one or more genres. The number of people who prefer to listen only folk, only rock, and only jazz are in the ratio 56 is to 79 is to 41. And the number of people who prefer to listen both folk and jazz but not rock is 25% less the number of people who prefer to listen all three music genres. The number of people who prefer to listen both rock and jazz but not folk and both folk and rock but not jazz are 50 and 35 respectively. The number of people who prefer to listen only jazz are 5 less than 6 times of the people who prefer to listen both folk and rock, but not jazz. The total number of people who prefer to listen exactly two types of music genres is equal to 130. Right? So let us represent the given information in the form of Venn diagram. Right? Later we can answer the questions. Right? So here, so we'll consider three music types: folk, rock, and jazz. Right? So like this. So folk, rock, right? And jazz. Minute. Folk, rock, and jazz. Right? So here in this, some people like both folk and jazz. Some people like rock and jazz. Right? Therefore, some people like folk and rock like that. So how many people are liking? How many people are listening? Folk and rock. Right? Both or all the three types will take. So here, we'll consider this point. The number of people who prefer to listen both rock and jazz, but not folk. Both rock and jazz. So this area, right? Rock and jazz, but not folk, right? And both folk and rock, right? This area, but not jazz are 50 and 35 respectively, right? So here, who prefer number of people who prefer to listen both rock and jazz. So are 50. Rock and jazz are 50. This area is 50. Right? And who prefer to listen folk and rock are 35. Right? Folk and rock are 35. This area is 35. Right? Moving further, the number of people who prefer to listen only jazz. Only jazz means this area, which I am showing now. Only jazz are 5 less than 6 times of the people who prefer to listen both folk and rock. So we'll consider the first point as 6 times who listen folk and rock, both folk and rock. Who listen both folk and rock. The number of people who listen both folk and rock are 35. It's 6 times, right? It becomes so 30, yes, 210. 210 people, right? 6 times. 6 times of people who listen both folk and rock are 210, and number of people who listen only jazz are 5 less than that, right? So 5 less than that means 210 minus 5, which is 205. 205 people can listen only jazz, right? Now, right? Who listen only jazz are this much. So, the total number of people who prefer to listen exactly two types of music genres is equal to 130. So, who listen exactly two types of music genres. So, that means folk and rock, rock and jazz, folk and jazz. So, these areas are the number of people who listen two types of music, right? Their total number is 130, right? So, total people who listen two types of music is equal to 130. Therefore people who listen folk and jazz, so this area, right, is equal to 130 minus the remaining two areas, 50 minus 35, right, which is 130 minus 85 is equal to 45, right? So 45 people listen both folk and jazz, right? Now come to the first 3 points, right? So number of people who prefer to listen both folk and jazz, but not rock, both folk and jazz. This 45 number is 25% less than the number of people who prefer to listen all three music genres. All three music genres means this middle area. Let it be X, right? So we'll consider people who prefer all three genres. Be X, right? Be X. Here it is given that people who prefer to listen both folk and jazz, right? Both folk and jazz means, so 45 is equal to 25% less than people who prefer all three types of genres. That means X minus 25% of X, right? That's what the meaning. You can consider in terms of Venn diagram. So in terms of the concept of sets, people who prefer all three genres, X as the intersection of the given three sets, folk, rock and jazz, intersection of all three types, right? Whereas who prefer folk and jazz as, so if you consider F as folk, people who listen folk, J as jazz, so F intersection J gives F, right? Who prefer to listen folk and jazz. Here this set becomes R intersection jazz, and the third set, right, who like to listen both the sets folk and rock are F intersection R, right? Now, so people who prefer all the three genres X, right, minus 25% of X gives people who listen which type of music, folk and jazz both, right? Therefore 75% of X is equal to 45. So X is equal to 45 into 100 by 75. 70% means 75 by 100. So it becomes 25 into 3, 25 into 4, and 3 into 15 is 45. Yes, x is equal to 60. So 60 people listen to all the three genres music, right? 60 people, right? That's what the question is. What is the number of people who prefer to listen all three types of music genres? 60 people, right? So option E is the right answer, right? Now consider the first point, right? So the number of people who prefer to listen only folk, only rock, and only jazz are in the ratio 56 is to 79 is to 41. Right, we'll consider this point later, right? That means in the next question, right? For the given question, the number of people who prefer to listen all three types of music genres is equal to 60. Option E is the right answer. Question 62. Find the total number of people who prefer to listen to only folk and only rock, right? So people who prefer to listen only folk, this part, and only rock, this part, right? To find that, we use the first point given in the information, which is the number of people who prefer to listen only folk, only rock, and only jazz are in the ratio 56 is to 79 is to 41, right? Therefore, we'll consider this ratio only folk, right, is to only rock is to only jazz, right, is equal to 56 is to 79 is to 41, right? So whereas number of people who listen to only jazz are 205. So in the previous question we had calculated that, right? 205. So only jazz are 205. How to get jazz based on the ratio? When 41 is multiplied by 5, you will get jazz, right? Since the ratio of only folk, only rock, and only jazz is 56 is to 79 is to 41, we have to multiply it by 5, right? So if you multiply this ratio by 5, you will get the exact answer, right? Therefore, when it is multiplied by 56 into 5 gives 280, I think. Yeah, right? 280, right? Is to 79 into 5. So 9 into 5, 45. Yes, 395 is to 41 into 5 is 205, right? Therefore, only folk and only rock listeners are 280 and 395, right? So here total number of people who listen to only folk and only rock, right? Therefore, only folk plus only rock, the total people, right? Who listen to only folk and only rock are 280 plus 395. Add these two. So here 7, yes, 675, right? The option C is the right answer. There are 675 people who listen to only folk and rock together, right? 675. Question 63. The number of people who prefer to listen exactly one type of music genre is how much more than the number of people who prefer to listen exactly two types of music genres. So here, who prefer to listen one type of music genres. So here, people or total people, right? Total people who listen exactly one type of genre is equal to, so who listen to only folk are 280, who listen to only jazz are 205, who listen to only rock are 395, right? Totally it is for 485 plus 395, right? So 700, 870, 880. So totally 880 people who listen to only one type of music genre, right? So where number of people who prefer to listen two types of music genres, right? So people who listen to two types of genres are, so who listen to both folk and jazz are 45, who listen to both jazz and rock are 50, who listen to both folk and rock are 35. Totally, there are 80 plus 50, 130 people who listen to two types of music genres, right? So here the first type who listen to only one type of genres, totally genre, are 880 is how much more than the second number, which is 130, right? Therefore, the required answer is 880 minus 130, which is 750, right? So this number, first number, total people who listen to one type of genre is 750 more than the second type, right? People who listen to two types of genres, right? So 750. Therefore, option D is the right answer. Question 64. Find the total number of people who prefer to listen rock music. So who prefer to rock music are 395 only rock, and 50 people from both the jazz and rock part, right? And 60, right, who listen to all type of genres, whereas 35 who listen to folk and rock, right? Therefore, we have to add all the four numbers here, right? So which is 35 plus 60 plus 50 plus 395, right? So which is equal to 95, 145, 145 plus 395, right? So 540 people, right, who listen rock music, right? Totally 540 people. Option C is the right answer. Question 65. What is the ratio between the number of people who prefer to listen folk to jazz? Who prefer to listen folk are, so prefer to listen folk. Folk are, so 280 people only folk music plus 35 people, right, who listen to folk and rock both, plus 60 all the three types of genres, and 45 people, right, this part, right, who listen to folk and jazz, right? So totally 280 plus 35, 315, 375, 380 plus 40, 420. 420 people prefer to listen folk music, right? Whereas who prefer to listen jazz? Jazz are 205 only jazz, right? And 50 from both rock and jazz, and 60 from all the three types, plus 45 who prefer to listen both jazz and folk, right? So altogether it is 205 plus 52, 55, 315, 320, 360. 360 people. Therefore, the ratio between these two numbers, right? Required ratio is, so 420 is to 360, right? 420 by 360. So both the numbers are divisible by 6. 6 into 6, 6 into 7. 7 is to 6 is the required ratio, right? Option C is the right answer. Questions from 66 to 70 are based on the below information. Read the following instructions carefully to answer the given questions, right? There are 7 persons A to G, right, who were born in different years: 1961, 68, 72, 88, 93, 99, and 2013. All the age calculations are done taking the base year as 2020, right? So here D was born in the leap year but not in the year 1988. So we'll consider these instructions one by one, right? So we'll consider the years first, right? So we'll make a small column here. Years. So 1961, 68, 72, 88, 93, 99, and 2013, right? So we'll consider 2013. We'll consider their ages, right? So ages are calculated by taking base year as 2020, right? So from their born year to 2020, right? So 61 to 2020, the age becomes so 40 plus 19, yes, 59 years, right? Then 68 to 2020, it is 40 plus 12, 52 years, right? 72 to 2020, so 30 plus 18, 48. 88 to 2020, so it is 20 plus 12, 32. 93 to 2020, so after 2020 plus 7, 27 years. 99 to 2020, it is 21 years, and 2013 to 2020, it is 7 years, right? So here, D was born in the leap year, but not in the year 1988, right? So here the leap years are, so is 68 a leap year? Yes, because it is divisible by 4, right? It occurs once in 4 years, right? So leap year occurs once in 4 years, 68, 72, 88, right? These three are leap years. But it is strictly given that D was not born in the year 1988. Therefore, we have two cases here. So in case 1, so D's born year can be 68. In case 2, we'll take D's born year as 72, 1972. Here are the two cases, right? So only 3 persons were born between D and F, right? Again, we'll take two cases. So between, yes, D and F, 3 persons were born. Therefore, F's born year can be 1999 or 2013. So that 3 people were born between D and F, right? Now consider the third point. C is the eldest person among them all, right? C is the eldest person means C was born in the year 1961, right? First born, right? And in case 2 also, we'll take C is the eldest person, right? The sum of the ages of A and F is a multiple of 13. So we'll take this point later, right? So after D was born in an odd numbered year, but not in 1993. Who? B was born, right? B was born in an odd numbered year. So here, 93 is an odd numbered year. It is strictly given that B was not born in 1993. In case 1, we can take B's born year as 2013, right? So in case 1. Whereas in case 2, we have 93 and 99. These two are odd numbered years. But in 1993, B was not born. So 1999 can be taken as B's born year. Right? Apart from that, we don't have any other years which are odd numbered. Right? Next. Nor he was the last one to be born. So B was the not last one to be born. Therefore, we have to eliminate first case, right? So B was not born last, right? So he was not the last one, right? Not the last one. So due to this reason, so we have to eliminate case 1. Just eliminate it, right? Now, the difference between the ages of G and D is 4 years. So G and D age difference is 4 years. So here we'll consider case 2, right? So we have a blank which is 1968 to 72. There is an age gap of 4 years, right? Therefore, G's born year is in the year 1968, right? Age difference between G and D is, yes, 4 years. Now, consider this. Sum of the ages of A and F is a multiple of 13. Right? So we'll consider that. Right? So A plus F, sum of their ages can be multiple of 13 means it can be 13, 26, 39. So 13 into 4 is 52, right? So the sum of their ages can be any of these numbers, right? So since we are considering only case 2, just avoid this case 1, right? Here F is 7 years old, right? So here we'll consider if F is 7 years old, A's age should be at least 6 years old, right? Here F is the one who born at last, right? So which cannot be possible. A's age cannot be 6 years. Cannot be possible. Because F is the last one. Last one. Whose here age cannot be less than 7, right? Therefore, so we'll consider the second case where A plus F is 26. If F is 7, A should be 19 years, right? If A is 19 years, A should be born in the year 2020 minus 19 is 2001, right? So according to the given information, 2001, the year is not given, right? Which is not possible. Which is also not possible. Now let us consider the sum of their ages as 39. So A plus F as 39 and F is 7 years old. Therefore, A's age should be 32 years old. That means from 2020 minus 32, so it is 1988. So A's born year is 1988. So this is how you have to find their born years. In 1988, A was born, right? So in case 2, we have to write A is born year as 1988, right? Who is remaining here? So there are 7 persons A to G, right? Therefore, E is remaining here, who was born in the year 1993. So all the conditions got satisfied here, right? So now come to the question. Who was born in the year 1993? In the year 1993, E was born. Person E was born. Option B is the right answer. Question 67. What is the sum of the ages of C and B? So here C is 59 years old. B is 21 years old. Therefore, C plus B is 59 plus 21, which is equal to 80. Right? Sum of the ages of C and B is 80. Option C. Question 68. How many persons are born between G and D? So G and D, there is no person between them, right? So is born. There is no person born between G and D. Option A is the right answer. Question 69. 4 of the 5 are alike in a certain way, thus form a group. Which one does not belong to that group? So here F, person F born in the year 2013, where 2013 is an odd numbered year, right? Therefore, F was born in odd numbered year, right? Whereas G in the year 1968, an even numbered year. Whereas B was born in the year 1999, again an odd numbered year. E was born in the year 1993, odd numbered year. And C was born in the year 61, an odd numbered year. So except G, all were born in odd numbered year. Therefore, G is the answer, right? Which does not belong to the group, right? So does not belong to the group. Option B is the right answer. Question 70. B was born in which year? So students, B was born in the year 1999, right? Option A is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 71. In the following question, assuming the given statements to be true, find which of the conclusion among the given conclusions are definitely true, and then give your answers accordingly. So here there are four parts in the given statements, right? So this is first part. So this is second part. F greater than or equal to X is third part, and V greater than or equal to M is fourth part, right? So we just represent these statements by considering each alphabet as a line, right? So that we can easily relate the two alphabets, right? So F is equal to S. So can be shown as F as a line, right? So we'll consider F as a single line like this. F is equal to S. It is strictly equal to S. So these two lines are equal, right? S greater than or equal to G. So here are two cases. S can be greater than G or equal to G, right? So we'll consider S is greater than G. We'll consider a line G, right? And in another case, S is equal to G. S is equal to G, right? And it is already given that F is equal to S, right? Now, G is strictly less than V, right? Therefore, we have to consider a bigger line, right? V, right? And in the second case also, G is less than V, right? So there is no direct relation between S and V given. You can take V as a smaller line than S also, right? So in the first case, in this case, but the condition is G should be less than V, right? Now, consider the last case, right? So, there is a relation between V and M, right? V less than or equal to M. So, V is less than M in the first case. And also in the second case, V is less than M. M is a greater line, right? And we have to take one more case where V is equal to M, right? So there are two more cases. So better to avoid the confusion here itself, I'll take V is equal to M, right? Now, so the relation between, yes, Q, P, X, F and X. So here is the relation between F and X, the first line and X. F is greater than or equal to X. So F is a greater line than X or equal to X, right? Now, P greater than or equal to X, right? So P is greater than X. Sorry, this is P or equal to X, right? Now, Q is strictly greater than P, right? So, Q is the greatest line here, strictly greater than P, right? So, here P can be, since it is greater than X in the first case, you can extend this P also, how much ever you want. Only thing is Q should be greater than P, right? So, now come to the conclusions. M is strictly greater than G. Look at the lines M and G here. Yes, M is strictly greater than G because G less than V, V less than M in the first case, right? Therefore, M is strictly greater than G. Consider the second case in this also. Since G is strictly less than V, so whether V is equal to M or V is less than M, in both the cases, G is strictly less than M or M is greater than G. So we can easily conclude, right? First conclusion is correct. Whereas second conclusion, S less than Q. So consider the lines S and Q, right? So is S less than Q? Is there any direct relation between S and Q here? Here, so it is given that F greater than X or equal to X, right? So you can take the line F and X how much ever you want in both the cases. The only thing is, so in here also, in the second case also, so F, X, P should be equal, right? And even S, all the lines are equal, right? So S less than Q, less than Q. Can we conclude here? Q and P, yes. S less than Q can be possible. Yes, it can be possible, but we cannot directly conclude because the relation between S and Q is not given, is not directly given, not directly given. Therefore, second conclusion cannot be possible, right? But it can be possible. So only first conclusion is directly given. So M greater than G is correct. Conclusion 1 follows, right? Option A. Question number 72. So here also, as in the previous question, so we have to decide which conclusion follows or not, right? Considering the given statements, so we'll consider P, Q, R, S, T, U, and V as lines, right? So the first relation is between P and Q. P is strictly greater than Q, right? We'll consider a line P, which is strictly greater than Q. Q is a smaller line. Q less than R. Q is strictly less than R. So you can take line R like this, right? There is no direct relation between P and R here, right? Right? Now, R is equal to S. So we'll consider a line S, which is equal to R. S is greater than or equal to T. So here S is greater than T or equal to. We'll consider two lines S and T which are equal. And the remaining things are same. So R is equal to S and Q is less than R and P is greater than Q, right? No relation between P and R directly, right? And S greater than or equal to T got over. Now T less than or equal to U. T is less than U or equal to U. In the second case, T is equal to U and U is strictly greater than V, right? So that means U is strictly greater than V in the first case, right? Also in the second case, U is greater than V, right? Now, come to the conclusion part. S greater than P. So can we conclude S greater than P? Because here the relation between S and P and R and P are not given, right? So relation between S, R and P are not given, not given, right? Since it is given P is greater than Q, you can extend the line P how much ever you want, right? If you extend the line P, only thing is P should be greater than Q. If you extend the line P like this, P will be greater than S, right? So we cannot conclude the first part, right? First part is wrong, right? Not true. Or it doesn't follow, right? And the second one, U greater than R. U is strictly greater than R. Can we conclude U greater than R? No, which is false. Because though R and S are equal, which I am showing now, though R and S are equal, here the relation between, in first case, S and T, S can be equal to T as in the second case or greater than T, right? Therefore, in first case, right? So it doesn't follow, right? So S is greater than T and T is, it is less than U, sorry, T is less than or equal to U. So here in first case, T is less than U, right? That means U can be any line, right? So you can extend the line U or it is slightly greater than T, right? So only thing is T should be less than U. It is given that U is greater than R. There is no hard and fast rule that U should be greater than R. It can be greater than R or it can be equal to R also, right? So only thing is T should be slightly less than U. So you can stop the line U here also or you can extend, right? Therefore, we cannot conclude, right? So the relation or it cannot be possible. It cannot be possible always. But it can be possible. But if you extend the line, it can be possible. If extend the line u is greater than r. If you don't extend the line, right? So satisfying the condition that u greater than t, right? Only satisfying the condition that t less than u or u greater than t, right? So then it is not possible. If you extend the line u, it is possible. But when you come to the second case, can we say u greater than r? In the second case, u is equal to r. Therefore, so this relation cannot be possible. Therefore, neither one nor two follow is the right answer. Option D. Question 73. In the following question, assuming the given statements to be true, find which of the conclusion among given are definitely true, right or not. Now, consider the first part of the statement, t greater than n. So we'll consider t as a line which is greater than n, right? N as a line. N less than v. So n is less than v. That means we have to consider the line v, a greater one, which is equal to L. V is equal to L. Right? There is no hard and fast rule that v should be greater than t first line or less than t, right? There is no direct relation between v and t or L and t, right? L less than or equal to w. So L should be less than w or equal to w. So we'll consider one more line, L and w, where L and w are equal, right? And the remaining things will be same. So L is equal to v, right? And n is less than v and t is greater than n, right? Now w is strictly less than k. So k is a greater line here, both the cases. W is less than k. And v is equal to h. Where is v? Yes, v is strictly equal to h. We'll insert a line h here, right? V and h are equal. V and h are equal, and h is greater than I. So we'll consider a small line here, I. So h is greater than I in both the cases. I is greater than f. So small line f. So slightly you insert a line f here. So I is greater than f. Now come to the conclusion part. V greater than f. Yes. So though here v is equal to h is equal to L in first case, but so which is greater than f here? So L, V, H are greater than I greater than F. Therefore, V is also greater than F, right? Which is correct. Come to the second case. Here also V, H and L are equal, the same case, and L is strictly greater than I, right? Because H is greater than I. Therefore, even V is also greater than I is strictly greater than F. Yes. Both the cases we can conclude. So it follows, which is true. V is strictly greater than F. Whereas the second one, T greater than H. So here, consider the line T and H here. There is no direct relation between T and H. T can be a smaller line up to here. Only thing is T should be greater than N, right? Even you can extend the line T, right? So in both the cases, right? So it is not, that means given that there is T is greater than H directly, right? Therefore, which is false, right? False, but can be possible. Can be possible if you extend the line P, right? In both the cases, the reason is no relation or no direct relation between T and H. No direct relation between T and H. But it can be possible if you extend the line T, right? Therefore, only conclusion 1 follows. Option A is the right answer. Questions from 74 to 78 are based on the below information. So students, 9 persons, namely A, B, C, E, F, G, H, K and M are buying books, but not necessarily in the same order. So we'll consider these informations one by one, right? So at least 6 persons buy books after H. So we'll consider a person H here. right? At least 6 persons buy books after H. After H, so 1, 2, right? So at least 6 persons means we'll consider 6 persons now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So after H, we'll consider 6 persons after H. 2 persons buy books between H and C. There are totally 9 persons, right? 2 persons buy books between H and C means C will be somewhere here, right? Right? So after H, if there are more than 6 persons also, so we have to consider position of C here, right? So if you consider before H, so here 1, 2, there are only 2 persons before H, right? Because there are totally 9 persons, right? Including H, there are 7 plus 2 persons before H, right? There are 9 persons. If you consider like this, so we'll consider one more case. So in which there are more than 6 persons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 persons after H, including H 8, and 1 persons will be before H. So there are 2 persons between H and C, right? And also we can consider the third case, right, in which there are 8 persons after H. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? And position of C will be here. Again, same position, right? Therefore, we have 3 cases: case 1, case 2, and case 3. In case 1, H is the third person, right? So, in case 2, H is the second person. In case 3, H is the first person, right? So, we have to decide that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is the first case. And the second case, H is the second person. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And in the third case, H is the first person. So 1, 2, 3. C is the fourth person. 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Right? Now, moving further, 2 persons buy books between H and C. This point got over, right? So we'll consider the third point later because we don't know the position of M and F and even E also. We'll consider it later. Not more than 2 persons buy books between C and E. So we'll consider case 1, not more than 2 persons buy books between C and E. Therefore, so the persons between C and E should be either 2 or 1, right? We'll consider case 1. So here between C and E, there are 2 persons, right? Even we can take the person E here in the fourth position also, right? Fourth position also. So we'll see whether it is possible or not, right? So we'll consider the second case, not more than 2 persons can buy books between C and E. So position of E will be 8th position, right? So here in the third case, yes, in the 7th position, right? We can take a few more cases also. So we'll leave it now, right? Now, A buys books before G after H. So before G after H, therefore, so E cannot be in the fourth place, right? So after H, A buys the books, right? Before G. Before G means G will be in the 5th position, right? And also in case 2, A buys the book after H before G, right? And in the third case, after H, A before G, A, right? Now, yes, G is not the last one to buy book, right? G is not last one, therefore this condition satisfied, right? In case 1, E is the last one. So in case 2, we cannot take G at last. Also in case 3, we cannot take, right? Less than 3 persons buy books between G and B. Between G and B, there are less than 3 persons means there can be 2 persons or 1 person, right? So therefore between G and B, less than 3 persons, right? So where to take position of B? Here, for that, we have to take the last point. B buys book before G, but not at the first. Before G, B buys the book. Therefore, position of B should be second position. Before G, not at first, at the first position, right? And in case 2, it is given that B buys the book before G. There is only one place before G, right? So, which is not possible because B is not the first one. So case 2 will be eliminated. Not possible, right? Because of this point, last point. B buys book before G, but not at the first, right? And last case, in the last case, there is no one left before G. There is no place left before G. Therefore, this is also eliminated. The case 3 also eliminated due to last point, right? So, therefore, so we'll consider only case 1. Case 1, right? So there no need to consider the remaining 2 cases. So here we have one more point. M buys book immediately after F. Immediately before E, right? Immediately before E, M buys the book immediately after F, right? And who is the first person? So here among 9 persons, A, B, C, E got over, G got over, H, K and M. K is the first person who is left, right? K is the first person. Now come to the actual question. Who is the second last person to buy a book? Second last person is M, right? So second last person, right, is M. Therefore, option B is the right answer, right? M is the second last person. Option B. Question 75. How many persons buy books between B and E? Between B and E. So B is the second person, E is the last person. So there are 6 persons there are 6 persons, right? H, A, G, C, F and M. So 6 persons, option D is the right answer, right? Who buy books between B and E. Question 76. Who is the first person to buy the book? So here to buy the book, K is the first person, right? Therefore, option A. Question 77. If F and K interchange their position, then how many persons buy books between F and E? So if F and K interchange their position means, so in place of F, so if it is the position of K, right? In place of K, if it is the position of F, how many persons buy books between F and E? So E will be the last person. So the remaining positions will be same, right? A, H and B. So how many persons buy books between F and E? So F is the first person, E is the last person. So in between them, there are 7 persons, right? Therefore, 7 persons buy books between F and E. Option E is the right answer. Question 78. Find the odd one out. So F, A. So what is the relation between F and A? So F is the 7th person. A is the fourth person. So between F and A, there are 2 persons. There are 2 persons between F and A, right? Who buy books. So between B and G. So B and G. B is the second person. G is the 5th person. So again, there are 2 persons between B and G. So A, E, between A and E. A is the 4th person, E is the last person, 9th person. So in between them, there are 4 persons, right? So G and M. So G is the 5th person, M is the 8th person. So again, there are 2 persons, C and F, right? 2 persons. So between A and K. A and K is the fourth person, K is the first person. Again, there are 2 persons between A and K, right? So 2 persons between them. Therefore, except AE, in the remaining options, there are 2 persons between the given 2 persons, right? Therefore, AE is the odd one, right? Option C is the odd one out here, right? Question 79. If 1 is added to each even digit and 1 is subtracted from each odd digit in the number, so 695325, then what will be the sum of the numbers not repeated in the new number formed, right? So we'll write the given number, so which is 69,53,000. We just write the digits here, 265, right? So it is given that if 1 is added to each even digit, so even digits are 6, 6 and 2, right? These are even digits, 6, 2 and 6. So to these even digits, if 1 is added, right? So the new digits will formed are 7. So 2 plus 1 is 3, 6 plus 1 is 7, right? And 1 is subtracted from each odd digit. So from each odd digit, 1 is subtracted, right? So the numbers are 9 minus 1, 8, 5 minus 1, 4, 3 minus 1, 2, 5 minus 1, 4. So new number formed is, so 7842374, right? In that new number, what will be the sum of the numbers not repeated in the new number? So not repeated numbers are 8, 2 and 3, right? 8, 2 and 3 are not repeated, right? So what is the sum of these numbers, right? 8 plus 2 plus 3 is 13, right? Where 7 and 4 are repeated numbers, right? Therefore, we have to add 8, 2 and 3. So you will get 13 as the answer. Option C is the right answer. Questions from 80 to 84 are based on the below information. In a certain code language, for the victory sign is coded as. So here are different codes for the different phrases, right? So first we have to find the code for a particular word, right? Then only you can answer the question. What is the code for noun, right? We have to find code for noun. Now, for that, so let us consider the third part, right? So we'll consider these 4 parts as 1, 2, 3, 4. So in the third phrase, now for the finale is coded as, right? So consider third and fourth. So in which we have the common words as for, right? For is common, right? And apart from for, yes, no other word is common, right? So consider the codes, right? So what is the common code here? FO. FO is common, right? Therefore, for is coded as FO, right? This is how you have to find the codes. So for is coded as FO, right? So consider the first phrase, right? For the victory sign. There also we have FO. Therefore, for is coded as FO, right? Now, consider second and third, right? So second and third, in which we have now as common, right? I will indicate this with a square box. Now is coded as. So here, which is the common code here? So from 2 and 3. So yes, no is common, right? So apart from no, we have the also. The apartment no, the is also common, right? Right? So to find the code for now, we don't have any other phrase here. So consider first and second, right? So from first and second, we have common word as the, right? And we have common code as th, right? Therefore, we can say the is coded as th, right? So from 2 and 3, so we can say now is coded as no, right? So in this way, you have to find different codes, right? So from 2 and 3, again from 2 and 4, so find the code for empty, right? Code for empty is, so here empty, we have em, common codes. Therefore, MT is coded as EM. Right? Next is, yes, from 1 and 4. From 1 and 4, we have common word victory. In 1 and 4, we have common word victory. Therefore, victory is coded as VI. Right? VI. And also sign. Sign is coded as SI. Right? These are the different codes. Therefore, the question is, what is the code for now? So now is coded as no. Right? Option D is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 81. What is the code for victory? So here, to find the code for victory, consider first and last, right? So from first and last fourth phrase. So for the victory sign, victory is common here, a common word. So in the fourth phrase, victory is common, right? And we have the code VI as common here, right? That we have discussed in the previous question already, right? Therefore, victory is coded as VI. Option A is the right answer, right? So apart from VI, we have some other common codes also, FO and FO, right? FO, right? So which is code for, right? For is coded as FO, right? Therefore, victory is coded as VI, option A. Question 82. So what is the code for finale? So in this question, in the third phrase, we have finale, right? Now for the finale, right? So in this phrase, we have 4 words. Now, for, the, and finale. These are the 4 words. And we have 4 codes. FI, TH, FO, and no. These are the codes, right? So here in which, so now is coded as, in the previous 2 questions, we have discussed about their codes. Now is coded as NO, right? So if you look at the phrases, which are the phrases second and third. So in which we have now and now. So common words and codes as no and no. Therefore, now is coded as no, right? And for is coded as fo. That also we have discussed. So from first and third phrases, right? So we have FO, right? Common codes. And the is coded as TH. That also we have discussed already, right? The is coded as TH. For that, you can check second and third phrase, right? So TH and TH are the common words. Now is already coded as no, and the remaining common word is TH. Therefore, the is coded as TH. And the remaining word is finale. Finale is coded as, so among 4 codes, so TH, FO, and no are already coded words. So FI is the remaining code. Therefore, finale is coded as FI, right? Option B is the right answer. Question 83. If the code for all good for victory is coded as VIFO go all, right? So how will the empty sign be coded as? So here, so these codes are nothing but the first 2 letters of each word, right? So for example, victory, code for victory is VI, right? So this code is nothing but the first 2 letters of victory, right? Similarly for, so code for is FO, first 2 letters, right? Similarly for good, right? So good can be coded as GO, go. And all is coded as AL, right? Therefore, all good for victory. So here the codes are AL, GO, FO, and VI. These are the codes, respective codes, right? So in the code language, these codes are arranged in reverse manner, right? So the code for victory is written first, right? So next is its previous code, which is FO, then go, then AL, right? Therefore, how will the empty sign be coded as, right? So based on the same rule, here code for the is TH, code for empty is EM, code for sign is SI. But while arranging these codes, we have to start with SI, right? Then EM and TH, right? Just we have to arrange, right? Arrange the codes in reverse manner. Therefore, the code for the empty sign will be SIEM the, right? Option C is the right answer. Question 84. What is the code for apartment? So the word apartment is in the second phrase. Empty the apartment now, right? So in which empty is coded as EM, which we have already discussed in the previous question, right? So code for empty is EM. That means it's the first two letters, right? And empty, the is coded as TH. It's the first two letters, right? Therefore, now is also been coded, right? Already it has been coded as no, right? And apartment is coded as AP, right? Code for apartment is AP. Therefore, option A. Question 85. If it is possible to make only one meaningful four-letter English word with the first, third, sixth, and eighth letter of the word propeller, which of the following will be the third letter from the left of that word? If no such word can be made, give X as your answer. If more than one such word can be made, give Y as your answer, right? From the given word propeller, right? So PROPELLER, right? So pick the letters which are first letter is P, right? Third letter is O. Sixth letter is L. And eighth letter is E, right? Using these four letters, how many meaningful words can be formed, right? Can we form a meaningful word? Yes, we can form a word which is pole, right? So apart from pole, we can form one more word which is low, right? Therefore, two words can be formed. More than one word can be formed. Therefore, we have to give the answer as Y. If only one word can be formed, then we have to go for the letter which is third from the left, right? If pole is the only one word, then third from the left means POL. So L becomes the third letter, right? But apart from pole, we can also form another word, right? Low. Therefore, we have to give the answer as Y, right? So two words can be formed. Two words can be formed. Therefore, option D is the right answer. Question 86. Four of the following five are alike in a certain way and so form a group. Which is the one that does not belong to that group? So here, for our better understanding, I have written the positional values of each alphabet here, right? Here, the first option is ZXV, right? So these letters are related as positional value of Z is 26, right? Right? So Z minus 2. Z minus 2 gives you X. 26 minus 2 is 24. Whereas X minus 2, 24 minus 2 is 22, which is nothing but V. Right? Therefore, the letters are, so first letter minus 2 gives you second letter. Right? So first minus 2 gives you second letter. And second letter minus 2 gives you third letter. Right? Similarly, option B, DBZ. So D is nothing but 4, right? 4 minus 2 is 2, which is B, right? Whereas B is 2, minus 2 is B, minus 1 is A minus 1 is Z. Its previous letter is Z, right? Therefore, B minus 2 is Z. So which follows the same logic, right? GIK. So G is 7, right? Where I is 9. Here, 2 should be added. To get the second letter, 2 should be added. Whereas I plus 2 gives you K, right? So in the third case, 2 should be added to each letter to get the next letter, right? Therefore, option C, it doesn't belong to the group, right? To verify that, we'll consider option D and E, right? Whether they follow the same logic or not. FDB, so F is 6, right? Minus 2 gives 4, which is nothing but D. and D minus 2 gives B, right? And the last one is KIG. So K is nothing but 11. 11 minus 2 is 9, which is nothing but I. And I minus 2, 9 minus 2 is 7, which is nothing but G, right? Therefore, fourth and fifth options are also following the same logic. So except C. So option C doesn't belong to the group. Questions from 87 to 91 are based on the below information. 5 persons are working in a bank. Their designations are CEO, CFO, manager, clerk, and peon. The sequence of posts is as above. So that is CEO is senior most and peon is the junior most person. They have a different number of pens. No two persons have the same number of pens. So we just write their designations according to the hierarchy. So first comes a CEO. Next is CFO, manager, clerk, and peon, right? So here, who is CEO, who is CFO that we have to find and how many pens they have, right? So first, we'll consider the first point. Two persons are junior to Z. There are two persons junior to Z. That means Z is the manager here. Right? So where clerk and peon are junior to manager, therefore two persons are junior to Z. 1 point got over. Next, so we'll consider, yes, there is one designation between the manager and R. Manager is Z. So one designation between manager and R. That means the person R is either a CEO or a peon, right? Therefore, we have two cases. In case 1, R is CEO. In case 2, R is peon, right? And Z is manager. So that there is one designation between manager and R, right? Second point got over. And we'll consider the last one, last point. One designation lies between the one who has 33 pens and A. Who is having 33 pens now? For that, so we'll consider the point, the one who is just senior to the one who is manager has 33 pens, which is more, very important point, right? The one who is just senior to the one who is manager. So just senior to manager is CFO, right? Who has 33 pens, right? So number of pens will take. So CFO has 33 pens. So who is just senior to manager, right? So in case 2 also we'll consider number of pens. So here CFO has 33 pens. Now we'll consider the last point. One designation lies between the one who has 33 pens and A, right? One designation. So in case 1, so between CFO and A, there is one designation. So we cannot go up because there is only one post above CFO. Therefore, so below CFO, one designation between one who has 33 pens and A, right? So that designation is manager and A is a clerk, right? So between CFO and clerk, there is one designation, right? Therefore, A is clerk. Now come to case 2, right? So one who has 33 pens is CFO, right? So A is clerk. So that there is one designation between CFO. So I just write the designation CFO, manager, and clerk, right? And the last one is peon, and the first one is CEO. This is second case, right? Now consider the remaining points, right? So A is just senior to the one who has 45 pens. So consider case 1, A is just senior to the one who has 45 pens, means peon has 45 pens, right? Where A is just senior to him. So consider case 2, A is just senior to one who has 45 pens. Here R is peon who has 45 pens, right? So this point got over. Next, we'll consider, this point, yes, A has 11 pence more and 9 pence more than W and Q respectively, right? So here A has 11 pence more than W, right? So who is W here, right? So what is the number of pence A has, that also should be taken, right? So for that, we'll consider this point, second point, difference in number of pence between R and Z is 14, right? So in first case, we don't know the number of pence R has, right? In the second case, we know number of pence R has. Difference between the pence, that means R and Z, they have is equal to 14, where R has 45 pence. Therefore, number of pence Z has is equal to 45 minus 14, right? So which is 31, right? So according to case 2, so manager has 31 pence, right? So keeping this in our mind, we'll go for the point which is A has 11 pence more and 9 pence more than W and Q. So considering that, keeping that in your mind, we can predict the designations of W and Q respectively, right? So here, if W is CFO in case 1, Q is a peon, right? For example, so whether this condition A has 11 pence more, this condition will get satisfied or not, that we have to check. If W is a CFO who has 33 pence, Q is a peon who has 45 pence, A has how many more pence? 11 more pence than W, right? 11 more pence than W means, so A should be having W plus 11 pence, that is 33 plus 11, so which is 44 pence. If A has 44 pence, right, according to the same condition, A should have 9 more pence than Q, right? That means A should have number of pence Q having plus 9. So which gives you, according to case 1, Q has 45. So plus 9 gives you 54. So which is wrong here, right? According to the given conditions, which is wrong. Therefore, W and Q cannot be CFO and peon respectively, right? So if you want, you can check by interchanging their designations. Q is CFO and W is peon, right? Right? So A, in that case, A becomes A has 11 pence more than W, right? So 11 plus 45. Right? W has 45 pence according to another case. So 55, 56. Right? A should have 56 pence according to other case. Right? This 56 should be, right, equal to 9 more than the pence Q has, right? So A has 9 more pence than Q. Therefore, so according to second case, Q has 33 pence plus 9 gives you 42, which is wrong, right? So here it is 56 and 42. At the same time, A cannot have different number of pence, right? So this condition will not get satisfied in case 1. Right? Which condition? So A has 11 pence more and 9 pence more than W and Q respectively. This condition will not get satisfied. Therefore, case 1 cannot be considered. This is wrong, right? Now consider case 2. Case 2. So number of pence A has is equal to, right? So A has 11 plus W number of pence, right? And also A has 9 plus Q, right? The number of pence Q has. Therefore, so if you take W as CFO, right? Right? So we'll verify it. W as CFO, Q as CEO, right? So number of pence A has will be 11 plus 33, which is, am I right? 44. right? And if A has 44 pens, number of pens Q is having will be 44 minus 9 is 35, right? Q has 35 pens, right? So number of pens A has will be 40, how much? 44. So the condition will get satisfied, right? So one more case is by interchanging Q's and W's designations, right? Right? So apply the same formula. So here A is 11 plus W, right? So in the second case, W has how many pens? So that we need to find, right? That was blank earlier. That we need to find. And already the CFO has 33 pens. So Q has 33 pens. So 9 plus Q. So 9 plus 33 is 42. That means A should have 42 pens. According to the second condition, A should have 42 pens, right? So that Q plus 9 becomes A, and that person who is CEO should have how many pens? 20, how many pens? 11 more than. That means 24, right? But it is given that, strictly given that, so if CEO has 24 pens, it is strictly given that Z has least number of pens, right? So this condition will not get satisfied because if CEO has 24 pens, which is least, right? So which is contradictory to the given conditions, right? So according to the conditions, the Z has, manager has minimum number of pens. Therefore, so this case 2 should be considered, the previous one, right? Where Q and W are CEO and CFO. This should be considered, right? This is what their designations and number of pens they have, right? This is the correct order. Case 2 is the correct order in which we should not interchange CEO and CFO. That means instead of Q and W should not interchange their designations. So this will be, the hierarchy will be Q, W, Z, A and R, right? Now the question is, how many total number of pens have by the persons who are on the post of CEO and CFO, right? So CEO has 35 pens, CFO has 33 pens, right? Therefore, CEO plus CFO together they have 35 plus 33, which is 68. 68 pens they have. Therefore, option C is the right answer, right? Consider only case 2, right? So option C is the right answer. Question 88. Find the correct sequence from the following. Manager A44. That means manager is A who has 44 pens, right? Which is not correct. Here manager is Z who has 31 pens. So which is not correct. And the second sequence is CEO Q35. CEO is Q who has 35 pens. Hence option B is the right answer. Whereas the remaining options CFO are 45. CFO is not R, which is wrong. And clerk Z49, clerk is not Z, instead he is A, right? So peon W38, peon is not W, he is R, therefore option B is the right answer, right? CO is Q who has 35 pens. Question 89. How many posts are between the person R and Q? So here R is the peon and Q is CEO, right? So there are 3 posts, right, between R and Q. Therefore, option C is the right answer. Question 90. Who is on the post of CFO? So W is on the post of CFO, right? So option D is the right answer. Question 91. How many pens does clerk have? So here students, clerk A has 44 pens, right? Option C is the right answer. Students, if you want to practice all the questions from this paper, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. Question 92. How many such pairs of letters are there in the word revolution, which has as many letters between them in the word in both forward and backward directions? So, as many letters between them in the word as they have between them in the English alphabetical series, right? So, we just write the given word revolution here. So, REVOLUTION, right? Revolution. So in forward direction, so the number of letters between any two letters. So you cannot choose any, even a single pair of letters here. So in backward direction, we'll consider in backward direction, right? So if you consider the pair TU, right? So after TU comes, right? So TU is such a pair, right? So there is no letter between them in the given word also. And also in the original alphabetical series also, there is no letter between T and U, right? TU is such a pair, right? Then consider I and L pair, right? So in the original alphabetical series, between I and L, there are two letters, J and K. And also in the given word, there are two letters, U and T, right? Between I and L, right? I and, sorry, not J, I and L, there are two letters. Whereas between T and U, there is no letter, both in the given word as well as in the original alphabetical series. So next comes, so which is the letter? So we can take uh, no, not that. Continuous letters are O and V. It is not possible. Next, yes, O and R can be taken, right? OR is such a pair, such that in the original alphabetical series, so between O and R, there are two letters P and Q, and also in the given word, there are two letters E and V, right? OR is such a pair. Next, apart from O and R, we have UT whatever revolution. NO. NO is such a pair, right? Continuous letters. There is no letter between N and O in the given word as well as in the original alphabetical series, right? So in the reverse manner, NO, right? NO is such a pair. There is no letter between N and O in the original alphabetical series. Therefore, four such pairs can be taken from the given word revolution such that number of letters between them in the given word, right, is equal to number of letters between them in the original alphabetical series, right? Therefore, four such words can be taken, right? Option D is the right answer. Questions from 93 to 95 are based on the below information. So there are 9 members F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M and N in a family having 3 generations and 2 married couples. There is no single parent in the family, right? So to indicate their relations, we use some symbols, right? So we use a circular symbol for all females and a square or rectangular symbol for all males. Then a slightly vertical line, right? Maybe straight vertical line or slanted line for difference of generation, mother to son or mother to daughter or father to son or grandparents to their parents, right? So to indicate difference of generation, we use this symbol vertical line, right? So we use a horizontal single line for siblings. So double horizontal line, parallel lines for married couple. right? So using these symbols. So let us consider the first point. N is the daughter of F who has only two children, right? So here students, F has two children. So difference of generation where N is daughter of F. So N is a female. So use the circular symbol, right? So F is a sister-in-law of I. So F is sister-in-law means F is a female, right? If F is sister-in-law, then F is married to somebody who is male. Use double horizontal line for married couple. F is married to a man, right? Whose sister? So use the siblings symbol, right? So single horizontal line for siblings. Whose sister? So sister with circular symbol, right? So whose sister is F is sister-in-law of I, right? So here students, the gender of I is not given exactly, right? I can be a male or female whose sister-in-law is F, right? So we just write I as it is without any symbol because the gender is not known. Gender of I is not known, right? Moving further, N has only one son. Who is N here? So daughter of F. N has only one son. Since his son, use rectangular or circular, sorry, square symbol, right? N has only one son. Now consider, so J is the son of K. We don't know about K, right? So here, consider last but one point. H is only brother-in-law of N. Brother-in-law of N means H is only brother-in-law of N. So N is married to somebody here. Brother-in-law. Yes, N is married to somebody. N is a female. Right. So whose H is only brother-in-law. So that means whose brother is H. Use square symbol. Right. That's what the meaning. H is only brother-in-law of N. Right. So N is a female who is married to somebody whose brother is H. Therefore, for N, H becomes brother-in-law. Right. Next one. Next one. Now, we'll consider the third point, fourth point. J is the son of K and J doesn't have a sister. Right. So that means it is already given that N has only one son. Right? N is married to somebody who is nothing but K. And J is son of K. So use this point now. J is son of K means, so K's and N's son is J. Right? So J is son of K and N together. Right? Together. So considering N has only one son and J is son of K. Right? And J doesn't have a sister. So this condition gets satisfied, right? So because N has only one son, J doesn't have a sister, right? Now, moving further, M is the only brother-in-law of J's grandfather. So who is J's grandfather? J's mother is N, right? J's mother is N. I'm showing here. Mother's mother is F, right? So J's grandmother is F. So J's grandfather will be somebody who is married to F. So a male symbol, right? So this person is J's grandfather. Grandfather, right? So M is the only brother-in-law of J's grandfather. So M is the only, sorry, here already we have used the symbol for married couple of F and S. So, right? So M is the only brother-in-law of J's grandfather. This person is J's grandfather. Grandfather. His brother-in-law is nothing but F's brother. Right? F's brother. That means grandfather's wife's brother means brother-in-law, right? Therefore, so M is the only brother-in-law of J's grandfather, right? Therefore, F and M are siblings. F and M are siblings, right? Next, G belongs to first generation of the family. So this is the first generation. So in which we have I, F and M, and one more person is G, who is nothing but J's grandfather. J is the first generation of the family. So anything is left here? No. Right? So all the conditions got satisfied. So there are how many persons? 9 members. Yes. And 2 married couples, G and F and K and N. Yes. This condition got satisfied. There is no single parent. Yes, there is no single parent. And 3 generation, right? Third generation is nothing but J, right? So now the question is, how is L related to? So where is L now? So that point we have missed, I think, about L, right? Where is L? Yes, last point. L is G's child, right? So where is G here? So G's child is G and F's. They have 2 children, N and L, which is already given. But gender of L is not given here. Whether L is daughter or son, they don't have, right? Therefore, so how is L related to maternal uncle of N? Maternal uncle of N means, so N's mother is F, right? Mother's brother is M. F's mother is M. So M becomes maternal uncle of N. M is maternal uncle of N, right? So L related to maternal uncle of N. We cannot say L as niece or nephew, right? Because gender is not given here. Therefore, cannot be determined, right? Because L's gender is not known. Is not known. Therefore, we cannot determine the relation between L and M here, right? So option E will be the right answer. Question 94. If G doesn't have a brother, how is I related to the sister-in-law of H? If G doesn't have a brother means if G has a sister. Because G's siblings gender is not given in the question, right? That we have discussed already in the previous question. So if G's sister is I is not the brother of G. So I is sister of G. Then how I related to sister-in-law of H? Sister-in-law of H is N, right? Sister-in-law. To H, N becomes a sister-in-law. That means brother's wife, right? Sister-in-law. So how I related to N, right? So for N, I becomes father's sister, right? For N, I becomes father's sister. So that means a paternal aunt, right? Paternal aunt, option D is the right answer, right? Option D. Question 95. If L is the daughter of G, how many male members are there in the family? So here F and G, they have 2 children, N and L. If L is daughter of G, so L is a female, right? How many male members are there in the family? So if L's gender is given, so then also we cannot find number of male members because I's gender is not given, right? I's gender is not given, not known, right? Then only we can find number of male and female members, right? Therefore, the answer cannot be determined, right? If I is a female, then male members are 1, 2, M, G, H, K, and J, 5 members. If I is a male, then there will be 6 male members in the family, right? So 5 or 6. Therefore, the answer cannot be determined. Option D is the right answer. Questions from 96 to 100 are based on the below information. So here 8 people are sitting in 2 parallel rows containing 4 people each such that they are equidistant from each other. So in row 1, A, B, C and D are sitting facing north. So we'll consider row 1 and row 2. Right? So here row 1 people are, first row people are facing north. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Third one, fourth one, This is row 1, right? Are facing north. This is north direction, right? Whereas row 2, people are facing south. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is row 2, right? So now moving further. So all members are from different countries. Here row 1 has 4 members A, B, C, D already given, and row 2 has 4 members P, Q, R, and S. Right? So all members are from different countries. They are Delhi, Damascus, Tokyo, New York, London, Beijing, Dhaka, and Madrid, but not necessarily in the same order. Right? So the first point is D sits second to the left of B, right? And faces the person who is from New York. Here D faces the person from New York, right? First point. So D is sitting second to the left of B. Second to the left of B, and D faces the person, so faces the person from New York, right? Therefore, so we can to the left of B, right? That means since A, B, C and D are facing the north and who are sitting in the first row, so we have to take the position of B, right? In such a way that you can take position of B here, right? Such that D sits second to the left of B. So D is sitting here, right? And D faces person from New York. So the person who is facing D is from New York, right? In the second row, right? Now, moving further. So we'll take the last point, right? So more than one person sits between B and A. So coming back to the first point, D sits second to the left of B means you can take position of the person B here also. So in the last position, right? Therefore, we have two cases, right? So we'll consider the case 2, second case. So 4 persons are facing south and 4 are facing north. Right? So in row 1, we have A, B, C, and D, and where B is the last person and D is sitting second to the left of B, and the person who is facing D is from New York. This person is from New York, right? That person is sitting in row 2, right? So this is about the second case, right? Now it is given that more than one person sit between B and A, right? More than one persons are sitting, right? So in case 1, so we cannot take this condition, right? Therefore, the last condition, last point will not get satisfied in case 1 because between B and A, there should be at least 2 members, more than one persons, right? Therefore, consider case 2 where position of A is the first position, so that more than 2 persons between B and A, right? Therefore, the second point is more than 2 persons between B and A, right? Therefore, we have to cancel the first case. So first case cannot be taken due to this point, right? More than 2 persons should accommodate between B and A, right? Not more than 2, more than 1 person. Sorry, not more than 2 persons. More than 1 person should be between B and A, right? Therefore, first case will get cancelled, right? Now consider this point, right? S is sitting second to the right of Q and faces D, who is from Damascus, right? So here, third point is S is sitting where? Second to the right of Q. Second to the right of Q. Right of Q, right? And faces, S faces D. Faces D, right? And D is from Damascus. Damascus, right? So here consider case 2. S is sitting second to the right of Q. right? So faces D. So S is facing D. Therefore, S is from New York, right? S is sitting second to the right of Q, means Q will be here. So Q's right means to the left direction here. That means our left direction, right? Since they are facing south, so Q's left means this direction, right? So S is sitting second to the right of Q and faces D, who is from Damascus. Therefore, D is from Damascus, right? So moving further, now here, so so the person who is from Dhaka sits adjacent to the person who is from Madrid, but not at the end of the row. So who is from Dhaka? We don't know that, right? So for that, we need some more information here. The person who is from London sits second to the left of the person who is from Delhi. Can this be taken? Who is from Delhi here? Who is from London? We don't know, right? And the persons coming from London and Beijing sit adjacent to each other. So London and Beijing persons sit adjacent to each other. That cannot be taken, right? This cannot be taken. So we can take second point. P sits at one of the extreme ends of the row, but not face the person who is from Madrid. So P sits at one of the extreme ends. Therefore, P has to sit here, right? P cannot face the person who is from Madrid, right? So that's what the second point is. P sits at one of the extreme ends of the row, but does not face the person who is from Madrid, right? The second point. So we'll take, so end of the row, P sits and cannot face the person from Madrid. Therefore, it is understood that A is not from Madrid, right? So person A is not from Madrid, right? So therefore, we can take the person who is from Madrid, right? So the person who is from Dhaka sits adjacent to the person who is from Madrid, but not at the end of the row. So person who is from Dhaka cannot sit at the end of the row, right? So therefore, Dhaka person, not end of the row, not at end, right? Who is sitting? So that a Dhaka person adjacent to Madrid person. Since A is not from Madrid, right? Therefore, B is from Madrid. Right? And the person who is sitting adjacent to Madrid is person who is from Dhaka. Therefore, who is the person here? C is the person who is from Dhaka, who is not sitting at the end of the row, right? And who is adjacent to person who is from Madrid, right? All the conditions got satisfied here. Now come back to the points, right? So here in row 2, New York, so S is from New York, right? We don't know about the remaining persons. P, Q, R is the third person. So P, Q and R we don't know, right? For that, we'll consider, yes. P first 2 points got over, third point also got over. Person coming from London and Beijing sit adjacent to each other. This is very important. So the persons coming from London and Beijing sitting adjacent to each other. Therefore, in row 2, so London and Beijing, who is from London, R or Q, who is from London, that we have to decide, right? So for that, the person who is from London sits second to the left of the person who is from Delhi. So person from London is sitting second to the left of person from Delhi, means P is from Delhi, right? P is left means this side, right? Since they are facing south. Second to P is R, who is from London. Therefore, Q is from Beijing. Beijing. Therefore, all the conditions got satisfied, right? So here, so London and Beijing persons are adjacent to each other, right? And person from Delhi, right? Persons from Delhi, right? To his left, person from London is sitting, right? In the second position. Right, that's what this last but one point. Person who is from London sits second to the left of the person who is from Delhi, right? Therefore, all the conditions got satisfied, and the remaining point is the place, right? The place in the first row, right? Which is the place Tokyo is the remaining place. So A is from Tokyo, right? Person A is from Tokyo. So all the conditions got satisfied. Now come to the question. Who among the following faces the person who is from Tokyo? Who is facing the person from Tokyo? So person P is facing A, who is from Tokyo, right? Therefore, P. So option B is the right answer, right? P is facing the person from Tokyo. Question 97, find the odd man out. So in the pair PD, right? So in PD pair, so P is the first person in row 2, D is the second person in row 1. That means, so D faces P's neighbor, right? So D faces P's neighbor. So whereas in SB, second pair, S is the person here, B is here. So here, S doesn't, sorry, second person, B doesn't face S neighbor. Am I right? D faces P's neighbor here. D faces P's neighbor. So B doesn't face. So in the second pair, B doesn't face S neighbor. S neighbor is R, right? Not Q. But B is facing Q, right? Therefore, B doesn't face S neighbor. S neighbor, right? So consider the third pair, right? RB. RB pair, right? Here the second person is B, right? So where B faces R's neighbor is Q, right? R's neighbor, right? So next pair is QC. So in this also second person is C. C faces Q's neighbor. Q's neighbor is R, right? Q's neighbor. And the last pair is RD. RD, the second person is D here. D is facing R's neighbor. R's neighbor is S, right? R's neighbor. Therefore, except the second pair, SB. So in the remaining cases, second person is facing first person's neighbor, right? So here the logic is, so second person faces first person's neighbor, right? Therefore, option B is the odd one, right? Option B is the answer here. Question 98. How many persons sit between the person from Damascus and Madrid? So person from Damascus is D, from Madrid is P. So in between them, only one person is sitting, who is C, right? So only one person is sitting between the persons from Damascus and Madrid. Option C is the right answer. Question 99. Who is sitting opposite to the person from New York? Person from New York is yes. So opposite to him, D is sitting, right? Therefore, D is the answer. Option E is the right answer. D is sitting opposite to the person from New York, right? Question number 100. Which of the following is false? So here first option is A is from Tokyo. Yes, A is from Tokyo, which is correct, right? Q is from Beijing. Yes, Q is from Beijing, which is given, so which is also correct. And P is from Delhi, which is also correct, right? And D is from Dhaka. So D is not from Dhaka. D is from Damascus. So which is false. Right? Whereas P is from Madrid. So which is correct. Therefore, so among 5, option D is the right answer. That means which is false one, right? False combination. Therefore, option D is the right answer. Students, with this, I am completing this paper. If you want to practice all the questions from this paper and many more entrance exam question papers, please visit our website www.examsnet.com. www.examsnet.com. You can also download our app. The link is given in the description box. I wish you all the very best for your future exams.